I'm calling to order the November 13th, 2023 City of Palo Alto City Council meeting. Madam Clerk, will you take roll?
Sure. Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
Councilmember Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
Mayor Koo.
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Today's City Council meeting of November 13th, 2023 is being called to our order in honor of Lung Cancer Awareness Month. And we're going to move to our special orders of the day, and it's a proclamation honoring police records and support personnel staff. And Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes will read it.
Thank you. Proclamation of Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day, November 14th, 2023. Whereas law enforcement agencies throughout the state depend upon law enforcement records and support personnel to provide them with vital services, and whereas law enforcement records and support personnel are crucial to helping law enforcement agencies identify, pursue, capture, and process suspected lawbreakers, and whereas these professionals continually use their expertise and experience to assist in tracking felons, maintaining criminal statistics, and improving apprehension strategies, and whereas the California Law Enforcement Association of Records Supervisors held its annual training and technology conference on November 6th through 11th, 2023, and whereas it is important to recognize the City of Palo Alto's law enforcement records and support personnel for their valuable contributions to our law enforcement system. Now, therefore, Lydia Koo, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby recognize November 14th, 2023 as Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day, presented November 13th, 2023.
Thank you, Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes. Chief Binder, do you have any comments?
Good evening, Council, and thank you, Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes, for that reading. That was excellent. And just want to thank the Council for their recognition of our records personnel. They do so much behind the scenes to allow our police department to meet our mission. They're like the oil in the engine. You don't see it, but without it, we couldn't go. And whether it's processing records, citations, reports, stats to the Department of Justice, FBI, making sure that all our technology works, they just really do a great job with little fanfare from the public because sometimes they're behind the scenes, but they're a critical part of what we do. And so I'm very grateful for them. And most of all, I just want to share how proud and commend them for their professionalism and how great they are in their interactions with both our community and the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Hi.
Hi. Evening, everyone. Thank you, Councilwoman, Lithcott-Haynes, for reading the proclamation. Council members, for allowing me this opportunity to reiterate what Chief Binder said. Just to put it into some context, our records division has successfully closed over 2,300 public record request acts for the calendar year of 2023 and processed over 1,100 citizen online reports. Just to give you kind of a broad overview of the amount of work that they do while being small and mighty. And we've been severely understaffed, and we've been fortunate enough to be successful in our recruiting efforts, and that's to the benefit and just to the great staff that I have and the manager, Lisa Sheff, of the records division. And so while we may be small and mighty, we are nothing but efficient in what we do. And so thank you for acknowledging the work that they do. Thank you.
So if council members, if you'd like to say something, please light up your lights. But meanwhile, I'll just say thank you so much. And, I envision you're totally small and mighty. And, I envision you're in front of your computers all the time, entering all sorts of stuff. But I hope that when you move to the new public safety building, you'd have a lovely window looking out, skies and trees, etc. But truly, thank you so much for your work. It's a lot of, to get our records straight, make sure that's at our fingertips, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any light. Oh, yes, thank you so much. Would you like to come up and have a picture with us, please? All right, we are closing the special orders of the day and moving to our next agenda item, which is a closed session. It's a conference with the city attorney regarding existing litigation. Subject is Hamilton and High LLC, the Keenan Family Trust et al. Versus City of Palo Alto et al. At this point, we can go to public comment.
No request to speak and no hands are raised for public comment for item number 2.
Thank you. Very good. And with that, I'll take a motion to go into closed session, please.
Second.
Councilmember Burt moved and seconded by Vice Mayor Stone.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll be back soon. closed session and there's nothing to report out. And now we will move to agenda changes, additions and deletions. Let's give 2 minutes.
Mayor, in terms of agenda changes, I think we wanted to move the public comment to the end of the agenda. That was the only change that I'm aware of.
All right, we're going to move public comments to the end of the agenda. We have a couple of very large items today. And so with that, we'll move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. I just want to share that I had the opportunity today to be a speaker and a panelist at a conference that was a side conference to the APEC conference in San Francisco. And it's the combination of the U.S. China green energy group, and who had historically had many of their annual meetings in Palo Alto, and an APEC sustainability branch. And I was able to share a number of the really innovative programs that we are currently launching and doing, and had follow-up conversations with some state officials who are extremely interested and weren't aware of some of those new programs, our heat pump water heater program and otherwise, and are interested in really knowing more and making sure that any funding that we may be eligible for, that we're aware of it and are exploring it. So they were excited because the very reasons that we have been, that they're real innovative programs.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I just wanted to report that we're familiar with the California League of Cities, and it has a peninsula division that represents Santa Clara County and San Mateo counties. And I've just been appointed to the executive committee of the Peninsula Division, and specifically to the legislative action position representing Santa Clara County. So to the extent that I can be helpful in liaising there, Palo Alto now has someone on that committee. But also, the first thing that they'd asked me to do was to help plan the Legislators Address Day event, where all council members in both counties are invited. We're inviting our state delegation to come and tell us what their plans are for the new year. That'll take place in January on a Friday afternoon. And we are going to be able to host it right here in Palo Alto at the Tesla headquarters. So there is a date, and I had not gotten it. I believe if January 26th is a Friday, it's January 26th. January 26th. But yeah, so fortunately right here close for us. Last year it was in South San Francisco, and they wanted to move it down here to make it easier for people in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker. Are you going to talk about your sibling cities?
Oh, I could briefly. Yes. Thank you, Mayor. So yesterday we had the second in a series of 3 fall town halls for Sibling Cities USA, where we gathered in person at Mitchell Park Community Center and connected virtually via a big screen with a similar group in Bloomington, Indiana, our sibling city. And our topic was race and belonging. And the mayor was good enough to grace us with a land acknowledgement, as did her counterpart in Bloomington. And we had teens come and speak from Palo Alto High School and Gunn High School, which really enriched the conversation. And we did a video documentary of people who had participated in person in the David Starr Jordan renaming, because that is a difficult legacy that we share with our sibling city, because David Starr Jordan was the president of Indiana University before he came to Stanford. So that spurred a discussion of how to increase, what we can all do to increase a sense of belonging for all residents in both cities. And the next one is December 3rd on climate. So please join us at Mitchell Park, 1 o'clock, December 3rd. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
And thank you for
Councilmember.
joining us.
Oh, you're very
Oh, and
welcome.
the vice mayor was there as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to say, Councilmember Vinker, congratulations on the event yesterday. I'm sorry I couldn't attend due to my COVID status, which has been lifted as of today, which is why I'm here. But had I been there, we would have had a Brown Act issue, sounds like. So I guess I'm glad I wasn't there.
And I want to interrupt because I neglected to thank you for your participation in the planning committee, because your advice was very critical to the event. So thank you, Councilmember.
My pleasure. Thank you for doing it. What I'd like to announce is that this Wednesday, the 15th of November at 6:30 p.m. at Imagination Lab School, we're going to be visited by authors Richard Rothstein and Leah Rothstein, whose new book, Just Action on Housing Policy, is quite instructive. This is an event with a couple dozen co-sponsors and open to the public and free. So 6:30 p.m. This Wednesday night, the 15th. Unfortunately, since this event was planned, council has decided to go into special session on Wednesday night. So I have to stick with my prior engagement. I know that means none of you will be at the event, and I shall miss you terribly, as always.
Thank you, Councilmember Lithcott Haynes. I wanted to also say, just to report out, that the city of Palo Alto and Stanford University had hosted a local Veterans Day recognition, and very pleased to be able to bring it back to the Veterans Day itself, which is November 11th at 11 a.m. And it was at the Veterans Hospital, and it was in partnership with a number of organizations and institutions, the Palo Alto VA Healthcare System, Stanford University Office of Military Affiliated Communities, Palo Alto American Legion Post 375, the Military Officers Association of America, Blue Stars Moms of the South Bay, and also included Gun High School, their choir, who presented a lovely musical piece for us. I do want to say that we were able to honor a Palo Alto resident who has been here for over 60 years, Charles Scott, Mr. Charles Scott. He was World War II's veteran with special service in the U.S. Navy as a communication specialist. And him and his wife have lived here for over 60 years. And they are the reason why we have Greer Park today. It was formerly a drive-in park. So it's very interesting talking to him. And in addition to that, he's also from a Native American from the Cherokee Nation. So that was very, very valuable to have that. Additionally, yesterday, Vice Mayor Stone and City Manager Shikata and we were invited to a opening. Japan has opened a new base for Japanese startups in Palo Alto, and it's actually in collaboration with the Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry, and they held their opening ceremony, and it is right here on Homer. It's the first based in Silicon Valley, and it's a pivotal hub for the global information technology industry. They will focus on industry, academia, government collaboration. The base will play a key role in supporting Japanese startups, especially with their overseas expansion efforts. They are calling their base Japan Innovation Campus, and they will host offices for 5 startups as a start, providing them with a dedicated space to operate. Around 50 venture capital and other companies will also utilize the co-working space within the facility. So it's very exciting because we're seeing what our original culture was, which is with startups. And now we have not only the Danish, but we are joined by the Japanese as well. And with that, I don't see any other lights, so we'll go to the consent calendar. Is there any motion? Or any comments, any no votes?
I'll move approval of the consent.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt moves, second by Councilmember Lifkat Hames. I see a light from Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 5, 6, 7.
And I will register a no vote on 8. When you're ready, Madam Clerk, you can take our votes.
We do have one hand raised for public comment.
Oh, yes, please. We'll go to public comments.
Our first speaker is Aram J.
And this, Mr. James, and which item?
My name's Aaron James. I don't mind having my full name on record to anything that I speak about. I went to the AB 481 meeting at the library, Mitchell Park, myself and Sean Allen, who was formerly with the Sheriff's Department, and there was one other member of the public. I would have to say that Captain Reifschneider was very thorough and very detailed in his presentation, and very pleasant with a long series of questions. I don't know, 5 minutes worth of questions that I posed. The problem that I found is when you look at the intent of 481, it's to make the purchase of military weapons a most transparent act. And the only place that it was advertised, because I asked James Schreifsnyder about that, and correct me if the department can do that, was on the website. There was no advertising in the local papers for the event, anything of that sort. And I'm really appalled that this isn't an agendized item. I believe that's the intent of the legislature, that every year that the public be involved deeply in what military equipment we're going to purchase and what is going to be replaced. Now, it turns out that I don't believe the city of Palo Alto, the police department, is going to purchase any weapons this year, but they're going to do some replacement of older weapons. But come on, folks. Are you kidding me that this isn't worthy of an agenda item every year, and that's not the intent of 481? I want you to take a hard look at the legislation. Talk to Molly Stump about that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't believe a under-advertised website, the Palo Alto Police Department website only, and then 3 people show up and take up an hour for a talk by James Reifschneider, captain in the police department. The only other member of the police department that was there was the chief. And then, like I said, the question and answer session, I probably had 5 or 6 questions, and then we had some follow-up questions off mic about some other issues involving police practices. But I got to shake my head. Why are you folks not making certain that that's just only been the second year that this has even been in the legislation is passed, and transparency, and you're doing nothing about it. What's going on? And I'm just going to say, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to stay up for the whole event, but I was at the event yesterday. Vicki, you guys did an extraordinary job of putting it together in a very short period of time. There was a lot of provocative questions that people have that we couldn't be answered in that short session around race and belonging. And I expect that Vicki will, Councilmember Linker, have follow-up sessions on it. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on consent calendar items.
Thank you. Will you conduct the vote? Thank you.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your 5, 6, and 7 no's?
Sure. Thank you. So the first one, 5, was on the new vehicles. So the first issue I had with it is the budget per vehicle. So we're allocating about $80,000 per van, whereas the market research indicates that a comparable model, the 2023 Ford E-Transit, which is electric, is at $55K. So almost a $25K difference. For the second, for the sedan, $45,000 was earmarked. But a similar electric model like the Honda Fit EV or the Clarity Electric is at $36,000. So, almost a $10K difference. But the part I really had trouble with is that in this report, nowhere in there does it talk about the current use of the fleet. Are these cars like how old are they? How much mileage do they have? How much use do they get? And so it's really hard for us to make a decision like this without that kind of information. And in the private sector, the way people handle this is personal use of vehicles. Now, maybe you can't do that for the vans, but you can certainly do that for the sedans. So most in the private sector, what happens is most people drive their own vehicle and gets reimbursed for mileage. And this can be dramatically cheaper because we don't have the upfront investment costs plus the maintenance. It gives us a lot more flexibility. So I think this one is definitely wrong in terms of what we've done here. On number 6, so this is the city print and mail. So first of all, I think we should try to do less because this is, in my mind, not very eco-friendly. But in terms of doing it in-house versus outsourcing it, we're this year as I say almost every time, we're spending more than we make, which is not a good situation. And we actually asked to look at this item before to see if outsourcing would have saved some money, and there was no comparison between doing it in-house versus outsourcing. Instead, the RFP was canceled. And so to me, it doesn't seem like we're good stewards of the public's trust and resources if we don't explore that. Plus, I think the nice thing about outsourcing is it allows us argument to maintain or to minimize organizational changes. Well, understandable. It really doesn't seem to be the right decision. I think we should have reevaluated this and perhaps reallocate the resource to something that we really need and that we can't outsource. And then the last one is kind of consistent to my prior votes, but my issue with this one is, this is the second. Where is this going to end up? And I am also concerned that at some point we're going to be asked to make the difference in the cost that keeps escalating higher. So, anyways, I think this one we need to hold the line and keep to the schedule. Thanks.
Thank you. And speaking of fraud, waste, and abuse, but it's more for the products and itself rather than EEOC kind of complaint. Committee member is selected from a list of 2 to 3 outside parties. Are they going to be on a retainer? What is the cost? How does that all work? It doesn't say. Obviously, if it is a EEOC complaint, we do want to make sure, or even fraud, waste, and abuse, we want to make sure that whoever made that complaint is acknowledged to as soon as possible so that there is confidence and consent calendar items. And now we will move to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Clerk. I'd like to review just a few slides, points of interest for community and council. Next slide, please. Okay, first off, as we will be doing, I think, perhaps weekly over the next several weeks as we head into the storm season. Would like to remind community members that we have a workshop scheduled for this Wednesday to provide residents, in particular in that immediate area, with information and resources that will be helpful for preparing for the stormy season. One or a couple of notes here on our bullets. First off, for those, but hopefully you can avoid the rush. And if folks are interested to gain access to the sand equipment that's now available on the locations that are indicated on our webpage, on our homepage. Second, that interesting statistic I learned today that only a third of Palo Alto residents are currently, more residents would be signed up. And if so, again, look to the news story on our homepage and please encourage your friends and neighbors to sign up for that alert system. Next slide, please. Next up, event all this coming week, also on Thursday, November 16th, the latest in our Breaking with the Law coffee, or as the case may be, whatever you might get in the afternoon at Baja Fresh on El Camino Real, 3990 El Camino Real. Opportunity to bring as well as general familiarity. Our officers will be there and welcoming kids and teens to come by, have conversation, and to learn about activities by the police department. Next slide, please. Then it is the holiday season already, and so we wanted to highlight a few of the upcoming events, acknowledging that there will probably be additions over the next several weeks. We have added again, a story on our homepage that goes through this, as well as additional info. Diwali, Festival of Lights at Mitchell Park, our annual tree lighting at Lytton Plaza, as well as the Arts Center annual handmade gift sale. And next slide, please. Then, not to be forgotten, support for our local businesses, also ramping up this year as we have over the last few years. Our Uplift Local Holiday Promotion Drive is ongoing. Our staff is now reaching out to local businesses throughout town to solicit interest in identifying promotions that can be then shared with the community at large, get some airtime or airspace or cyberspace, as the case may be, in our information, public information that is shared throughout the community. This is an opportunity. We've got a QR code here, as well as information on our upliftlocal.org site. Next slide, please. And finally, just reviewing upcoming items for the City Council. Next week, the City Council is on recess for the Thanksgiving week. Then the following week, November 27th, we have action items upcoming related to the rental registry program, as well as your 4th, your next meeting. We'll have a study session to review the annual community survey results. We'll be coming back with next steps on your safe parking ordinance, safe parking program and ordinance. And we have a couple of colleagues' memos that are in the works, being finalized, and are expected to hit your agenda on December 4th. Then December 11th, we have the tree ordinance planned, as well as next steps on parking facilities downtown. The 18th, study session on Homer, University Avenue streetscape, and utility agreement with Tesla. Now, noting that these December items are tentative and still quite a bit of movement ongoing on actual scheduling of these items. With that, Mayor, that concludes my comments.
Thank you, City Manager Sakata. And now we'll move to break. Does any council member want a break? Oh, we can carry on. All right, thank you so much. We'll move to action item. The first one is action item number 9, which is a public hearing. Adoption of resolution amending the land use element of the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan and an ordinance implementing program 1.1A and 1.1B of the housing element, including new chapter 18.14, which is housing incentives, and 2 modifications to base zoning districts throughout Title 18. For the CEQA status, we have an addendum to the city's comprehensive plan, environmental impact report, which was prepared for the subject comp plan and municipal code amendments. Later, okay. Director Late?
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council.
Looks like we need a moment to get organized. So we'll be back with you in a moment.
Okay.
Ready to go? Sure, if you are.
Okay, great. So sorry for the false start there. Council members, we'll go ahead and get started. We have Jean Eisberg from Lexington Planning, a consultant who will be giving our presentation on Zoom. Ms. Eisberg, feel free to take it away.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Koo and members of the council. Again, I'm Jean Eisberg with Lexington Planning. We'll start on the next slide with the meeting purpose. This is an action item tonight to consider amendments to the comprehensive plan, specifically the land use element, and amendments to the zoning ordinance related to programs 1.1A and 1.1B of the housing element. We'll also consider modifications proposed by the Planning and Transportation Commission based on their recent action hearing, and take legislation action to adopt the proposed zoning code amendments. Next slide, please. So just to recap where we are with the housing element, you may recall that the council adopted the housing element in May. That housing element went to HCD in June, and HCD provided responses in August. So at this time, the city and its consultants are revising the housing element to address those HCD comments. This includes updates to the site's inventory. And so we expect this to come back to the Planning Commission and Council later this winter. Now, in the meantime, there's specific requirements under state law in terms of timelines for rezoning required to meet the adequate sites inventory. So that's why this specific program is moving forward now. The zoning amendments need to be in place as of January 2024. So the next slide starts to lay out what these changes are. So program 1.1A is rezoning to meet the adequate sites inventory. This includes rezoning to allow multifamily as a permitted use in districts where it's currently not allowed. Second, to upzone to increase densities and FARs. These densities are listed in the housing element, and in some cases where density is not regulated, floor area ratio is updated. Third, these standards modify certain standards that were identified as potential constraints in the housing element to ensure that development is physically feasible at the densities that are identified in the housing element. And then lastly, there are some specific requirements under state law for certain types of sites inventory sites. So for example, allowing 100% residential uses and at least 50% residential on mixed use projects on sites that are accommodating lower densities. Next slide, please. So what does this mean? In general, this means increases in the densities up to 30 to 50 units an acre, or in some cases, density is not regulated in some of these zones. FARs are increased up to between 1.25 up to 2.5 in some of the higher focus areas, the GL and ROLM focus area. And then, as I mentioned, modifying standards that were identified as constraints. So specifically landscape coverage requirement. The photo on the right, you're seeing a modification typically suggesting that instead of landscape coverage being required on the ground floor, that could instead be allowed on upper floors. So this essentially is increasing the lot coverage, but maintaining the same amount of landscape coverage. Next slide, please. So program 1.1B pertains to this GM-ROLM focus area. And this is in the West Bay Shore area. And this was identified as a place for higher density development. So whether it's housing inventory sites or just other sites within this focus area. So here we see higher increases in densities up to 90 units an acre, FARs up to 2.5, height limits up to 60 feet. And again, modifications to lot coverage and landscape coverage. A minor reduction in parking for 2+ bedroom units. And in this case, what we did discuss with the Planning Commission is that this whole area in the eastern part of the city will require some more integrated planning to support related improvements to transit, to access to services, parks, etc. Next slide, please. So as part of Program 1.1A, there were specific callouts for modifications or density and zoning changes to Stanford-owned sites. And so this is where higher FARs and densities are being expected. And as we talked about at a meeting with the council about a month ago, the current proposal is to expand this area. And so this is not yet reflected in the housing element, but based on HCD's comments regarding the site's inventory, we needed to increase the number of sites, increase the number of units available to meet the RENA. And so as we discussed last time, this focus area, El Camino focus area idea has been put forth. And so we'll talk about that again a little bit more tonight. Next slide, please. So first, starting with more of the satellite site at Pasteur Drive and Sand Hill Road. This is a proposal to redevelop the existing housing on the sites, add an additional site just to the west. This housing is identified for Stanford affiliates only. The proposal is to maintain the landscape setback. There is a utility easement that bisects the site, and so that will create a facade break or multiple buildings on the site. This site would be eligible to pay an inclusionary housing fee in lieu of providing on-site affordable housing, but the project must meet objective standards. Next slide, please. So you can see a potential site plan on the right-hand side and the proposed draft standards on the left-hand side. I won't read them here, but we can refer back to them if you would like. Next slide, please. The El Camino Real focus area, so this is that expanded focus area, not just the Stanford-owned properties, but takes an additional site to the west and to the east, or sort of to the north and to the south. That includes the Palo Alto Square site and the Creekside Inn site to the south. So this is identifying both opportunity sites as well as projects that have been put forward by developers in recent months, and provides an opportunity for site-specific standards for this focus area. Next slide, please. And as we talked about last time, there's a number of reasons why this particular area makes sense. There's very few adjacencies in terms of lower density residential districts, only one abutting area next to the Creekside Inn. Really good access to transit, to service sites. We've had property owners reach out to the city about potential projects here. And then of course, these pre-applications and builder's remedy projects that have been submitted. Next slide, please. So the draft regulations shown on the left, and we can come back to that if you have questions there. But just to explain a little bit more about how these regulations work. So these are alternatives to the state density bonus law. So develop to use this alternative set of standards in the El Camino focus area. Projects in this area would be required to go through architecture review, whether they're meeting the objective design standards or the context-based design criteria. They would be meeting with the ARB as part of that architectural review. In terms of transportation demand management, this section of the ordinance responds to the need to provide free transit passes per unit and electric bicycle parking spaces within the project. Projects within the percent of area median income. And then in addition to the standards on the left-hand side of the screen, whatever standards are not listed there would otherwise refer back to the base zoning district for the respective property. Next slide, please. This completes the first set of programs in the housing element. And these changes are intended to improve the physical feasibility to meet the densities and the unit yields that are identified in the housing element. This can have the effect of increasing affordable housing, reset the base density when we think about state density bonus law. So we have a new floor on which a developer could calculate a state density bonus, with the exception of the focus area, which, as I mentioned, is an either or strategy. On the other hand, this does add some complexity. This is creating a new chapter within the zoning ordinance. So certain projects would need to look in multiple places to understand which development standards apply. And these development standards only apply, with the exception of the focus area, only apply to housing opportunity sites, which means that it takes some getting used to. But staff and the Planning Commission agreed that it made more sense to have a separate chapter and to keep modifying that chapter as additional programs in the housing element are implemented and codified in the ordinance. Next slide, please. So shifting to the comp plan amendments. So there's annotations shown in the margin of this section of the packet. These zoning changes are required, the zoning changes necessitate revisions to the land use element. So under state law, the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan need to be consistent. And so that's articulating where, in the case of the R1 zone, those faith-based sites that are in the sites inventory, allowing single family, not just single family, but multifamily housing. Second, increasing the densities where there are density ranges articulated in your FAR. Next slide, please. So just to summarize the PTC's feedback. So overall, the Planning Commission recommended that the council approve the amendments to the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance. And I'm just going to specify a couple modifications. So first, they asked staff to reset ROLM focus area, specifically to discourage townhomes and encourage stacked flats, apartments, and condominiums. So there you'll see the minimum density specified at 40 units an acre. Second, the Planning Commission asked staff to consider impacts of lost property tax revenues due to similar change to the Pasteur Drive site. Next slide, please. So two other recommendations from the Planning Commission that have been identified in the ordinance. First was a request to modify that state mandated requirement that I mentioned earlier, where for a mixed use project that's on a site that the Planning Commission recommended increasing that to 65%. And so we've done that in the ordinance. Staff does recommend maintaining the state threshold of 50%, however. Second, in the El Camino Real focus area, the Planning Commission zone from the property line from the rear property line to 100 linear feet, to have the height transition zone to 35 feet, and then between 100 feet and 150 feet, height transition to 45 feet. So that ordinance does reflect that Planning Commission recommendation. However, staff recommends maintaining the existing 10-foot rear setback and the existing required daylight plane and height transition. Next slide, please. So on that Creekside Inn site specifically, that's what the Planning Commission modification was made, and just showing what that looks like visually. So the height transition, looking at the bottom of the screen, this is the bottom of the screen is the rear yard setback. So just the recommendation from staff is to maintain the 10-foot setback there. And then you can see the 150-foot setback. This is in blue on the left-hand side of the screen. This idea is the height transition between the rear property line and traveling east on the site. And so there's two levels of that height transition, 35 feet for the first 100 feet, and then 45 feet for the next 50 feet. And so this is showing a previous slide from the staff recommendation, but as I mentioned, we did update the ordinance to reflect the Planning Commission's change. So for the next slide, please, I'm going to pass the presentation back to Director Lake. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eisberg. So council members, I think you may have seen the City Council mailbox and will have noticed that we did receive some correspondence regarding this item. There's a couple of letters, a few letters I wanted to flag. Two of them had to do with requests to extend the housing focus area to areas south and east, similar in concept to what the City Council had expressed at the study session in early October. At this point, staff has not analyzed the implications of the height and development standard changes for properties outside of the initial focus area. To do that would require some additional public outreach and analysis related to environmental review, which the City Council may decide that that's an appropriate thing to direct staff to do. And you could do that this evening if you wanted to give us that direction. We don't have that direction from the study session because those aren't action oriented items. But if you wanted to pursue that direction, you could do that this evening. And just to note, one of the letters you saw to the south, as shown on the slide here, has a number of parcels that are shaded that are under single ownership, despite being in different LLCs listing. The other letter I want to bring your attention to is one from Acclaim Companies, and that's the development at the Fish Market and McDonald's site. And there's 3 points. There's a couple of points that they make in their letter. One is that the ordinance that is being considered by the City Council this evening would make their project infeasible to go forward. From a staff perspective, I'll just say that we don't share that perspective. Obviously, they have their own pro forma analysis and financial goals that they're trying to achieve. But the standards that are in your packet this evening are substantially greater than can be achieved under baseline zoning that exists in the code today. And we believe it's far more generous than what can be achieved through the state density bonus laws that are in effect. That said, we are interested in making sure that we have some standards that are achievable for the conceptual projects that we are envisioning for the site. And so to that end, there's 3 areas that they flagged in their letter that were noted as problematic. The first one had to do with building height. And this is an area where staff agrees there could be a little bit more flexibility in the way that we define or regulate how height is measured. In many jurisdictions, height is measured to the top of roof or the top of the top of roof, and does not include parapets and things like that. By adding an additional allowance or exempting parapets and or guardrails for, say, roof decks, you can achieve a little more design flexibility, and you can create those interior spaces to be a little bit more livable for occupants. So in this regard, from that letter, staff would support exempting for the focus area and for the Pasteur Drive site, exempting minimally required parapets or safety guardrails above that 55-foot limit. With respect to the upper level step backs, the standard that we have in the draft ordinance before you today reflects what we understood from the housing ad hoc and from the City Council in terms of wanting to have reduced the mass at the upper levels. And so the 20-foot step back above 55 feet was included in the ordinance and recommended by the PTC. I will note that the standard is effective, but it doesn't also allow for a lot of design variability when you have a straight 20-foot step back above the, I keep thinking you're touching me, above that 55-foot limit. And so staff has spent a fair amount of time thinking through some different options on this. And I'll share with you, and I'm happy to get into more details with you about it. We believe that you could leave it the way it is today as drafted, and it still would result in housing projects being built. Certainly feasibly could be built. But alternatively, if the city council were interested in adding a little bit of flexibility, we could consider an average 20-foot setback, and with a minimum distance from the front property line to ensure that the building facade doesn't come too close to the property line. But then that would allow for some additional articulation and will not and create a little more flexibility in designing how standards could be achieved, or at least that upper level step back could be achieved. So that's something we can discuss further if there's interest in that. And then the third point in the letter had to do with a landscape requirement and concerns that it was an impediment to the particular project that's on file. And our review of the municipal code regulations that apply, actually, this standard does not apply the way the Acclaim Companies is asserting that it does. So we don't believe that this is an issue, and we can have a follow-up conversation with Acclaim Properties on that point after this evening. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so we wanted to just end with a couple of points. So you have the resolution for the land use element amendment. You have the zoning ordinance that's before you. And then on the left side of this slide, we just wanted to keep in the forefront of your mind as you go through your deliberations, specifically with respect to the housing focus area, some areas that you may want to come back to or visit or ask staff questions about. And then on the right side of the slide, we do have one of your colleagues who will be recusing themselves for the discussion related to Stanford-owned properties. And so we have a process by which you can proceed with the discussion tonight, considering those Stanford-owned properties first, making a motion on that, and then returning to the rest of the items on the in the ordinance. And then I will note, Mayor, that Alan Aiken from the Planning and Transportation Commission is here and is prepared to give some comments as well after the staff presentation or when you see fit. Okay, so next slide, please. So then in summary, we're asking that you conduct your hearing and take action on the resolution to amend the comprehensive land use element and take action on the ordinance amending the zoning ordinance. And that concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Commissioner Aiken, would you like to speak on behalf of the PTC and provide the comments?
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The comments that I have apply to the recommendations from the PTC that you'll find on packet pages 71 and 72. I'm only going to talk about two of those. For the El Camino housing focus area, there are two separate issues. The step backs from R1 property lines and the setbacks. Our assumption was that the focus area was going to be expanded, and therefore we needed to approach this question as a general design for dealing with these issues rather than custom fit something to the Creekside Inn site, which is the only one that's relevant at the moment. So that informs the decisions you're about to hear discussed. The first of those is the choice to make the height transitions from the property lines slightly different from what staff recommended. Staff suggested a transition from 35 to 45 feet at a distance of 75 feet from the property line. And the majority of the PTC recommended that that be done at 100 feet instead, roughly 2 R1 lot widths rather than 1.5. The second was to simplify the setback system. R1 side and rear setbacks differ. And which one applies actually depends on the shape of the lot. So it's hard to come up with a generalized plan that we thought would avoid unpleasant surprises for either developers or for adjacent R1 owners. So the suggestion was to simplify that to a fixed 20-foot setback. And that's the rationale you see there. I've described the majority reasoning. The minority reflected the concerns that staff has already told you about, that the change in the height transition will reduce the maximum building size in some cases, and that the fixed setback occasionally grants R1 more consideration than zoning rules allow today. So those are the two sides of that discussion. The second item is the minimum residential floor area for some opportunity sites. It takes roughly 3 times as much space to house an office worker as it does to employ one. That means that a project that splits office and housing area 50-50, as the state suggests, falls short on housing space, and that just adds to the deficit that we have to deal with on the next RHNA cycle. You would need 75% of the space to be housing to be sure you had achieved a balance. However, not all mixed use involves offices, and not all projects will have a net increase in office space. So the majority of the PTC felt that requiring 2/3 housing, 65 or 66%, would be a reasonable compromise and a good precedent for how to handle this issue when it crops up in the future. So that's our reasoning behind that. You can think of it as allowing room for 2 full commercial floors in each 6-floor building, which seems like a pretty good compromise approach. The minority was concerned that without the subsidy from extra commercial space, some areas will not be redeveloped to add housing. And that is a real concern, and has to be traded off against the other issues that I've mentioned. Just to clarify, we are not talking about exclusively affordable housing here. While these sites are sites that have been identified as potential affordable housing sites, there's no guarantee they would be affordable housing. So please keep that in mind as well. That's all I have for those two. I'll be available if you have questions on those or any of the other issues the PTC addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll come back to council now, and we'll have our Housing Ad Hoc Committee give some comments. We'll start with council members. Councilmember Lowing.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the extraordinarily organized presentation and all the work that Director Lade and the entire staff have done to get here. The Housing Ad Hoc Committee has met with Director Lade numerous times in the last few months to work on a lot of things, including all of the content that you're seeing tonight. We've also met with various developers, some of which are mentioned, some of which are not, who have expressed interest in building housing in these areas as well as others that are not on the agenda tonight. Overall, it's fair to say that I think the ad hoc believes that developers are listening to what Palo Alto really needs, and that's housing, really of all types, but especially affordable housing when they're signing up for the quotas under the proposal here. I just want to mention a few comments we've heard from developers, not that there's anything new, and some will say they're negotiations, but I think they're also facts. One is that there's just an enormous rise in construction costs in the last 3 to 4 years, and we all have to deal with that. Secondly, another fact that we're all feeling is that currently there are very high interest rates, and that makes financing projects a bit more difficult. And thirdly, surprising to me, there is still a lot of ongoing interest in building office in Palo Alto. And with 30+% vacancy in Palo Alto office space, I ask why. And the answer that we get on the ad hoc committee and to Director Late is that over time, developers really believe in the power of Palo Alto to pull companies here of all sizes, which means at least to fill up the space and probably even more. So that's kind of one of the tones. The other thing I just mentioned, which I think we also already know, is that there's a lot of interest in building townhomes. And one reason for that is because they're a quite lucrative product. And that's fine. And we put some up in a couple of projects recently on West Bay Shore and certainly the Sobrado project. But as we know, we can't have all townhomes. We want some family housing, but we've said all along for years now, we need to have a mix of living units. That's a good one, but we can't double down on that just in terms of our needs. Director Lake just recapped that they suggest not expanding the focus area of El Camino right now for the reasons that he stated. The ad hoc completely supports that. It's just different land out there, and that has to be investigated. It's not, and we can't use resources that we don't have to dig into that. So we certainly support that. And we can direct staff to take future action in that regard. So tonight, after we debate, we need to approve a version of these zoning to stay on target for our January 24. So, Vice Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Lowing, for that initial description. It's been a great experience serving on the ad hoc with you and working with staff to put forth this proposal, one I stand by and I'm proud of, and I think we've done good work in collaboration with staff as well as other interested parties. And I know since this proposal has come out, there have been concern by some in the community that some of these changes are too extreme, that we're going too big. But I think a point to keep in mind is we really have no choice here. We either act today in order to control our own destiny, or we see our local control further stripped away by the state, and all we're going to be able to do is sit on the sidelines and watch. I think local control is so critical in this context because we know where high density housing makes the most sense in our community based on access to public transportation, shopping, restaurants, public amenities like parks and other recreational facilities, not the state. We know what design standards will allow new buildings to be compatible with existing neighborhoods, not the state. And we can better negotiate higher levels of affordable housing at lower income requirements than the state has put forward. And so, and I think as Councilmember Lowing just articulated, these are not arbitrary zoning changes. These changes are the results of months of work from staff and the housing ad hoc in consultation with several different developers to really just kind of try to understand what existing impediments to housing construction exists and trying to find a mutual path forward where zoning could be relaxed in order to be able to spur that housing production. And then in return, the city's achieving a public benefit of increased affordable housing production at levels that are actually affordable, which is why the 20% BMR units at 80% area median income is really so critical to this. And of course, we get significant housing numbers towards our RENA numbers in order to be able to meet our state mandated housing goals. And just want to really applaud staff for being able to make this happen on such a critical timeline. And just reiterate that last point that Councilmember Lowing made. I think there is going to be a lot of interest in potential expansion of these programs, but we have a very difficult timeline to make. It's about 6 weeks from now, and we all know 6 weeks at the end of the year is not a normal 6 weeks. We have Thanksgiving, we have the holidays. That time is going to fly by, and no matter how dedicated our staff are, I would imagine they'd like to take Thanksgiving and the holidays off. No? Okay. So, okay, good. And so just kind of keeping that context in mind, and appreciate staff's recommendation that we can refer some of those expansions back to staff for those conversations to be had. So eager to have this conversation tonight, hear back from the community, but just wanted to kind of put those points out as well for the conversation moving forward. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank both of you, Vice Mayor Stone, as well as Councilmember Lowing, as well as staff for working together on bringing this housing element back to us. putting all your deep thoughts and everything into it. So I'll bring it back to council for technical questions. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So Director Late, one of the issues has been whether owners of the prospective sites are interested in housing on those sites. And that's a requirement that HCD has placed in general, correct?
I think HCD wants to know whether the site is feasible for redevelopment. And we would certainly want to know if a property owner was in opposition to some of the standards or placing them on the housing site inventory.
So the reason I ask is that given what Councilmember Lowing had just mentioned about the continued interest by developers in building office in Palo Alto, even as we are creating zoning for housing that would significantly exceed the floor area ratio and development space that they could build for office by 2 to 1 or more in many circumstances, the economics still might favor or make them consider office. So my question on that is that if I understand it correctly, our new zoning would allow housing by right in a number of these areas that were upzoning. But had there been a discussion about simply changing the zoning from commercial to residential with an understanding that that would also trigger amortization periods for existing uses, but that they wouldn't be able to redevelop with new office, and yet it would not be a taking because we'd actually be certainly providing significant value, if not increasing the land value for the housing. So that's a long question.
So I'll answer part of that, and I don't know if the city attorney's office wants to weigh in on any of that, but from the adopted housing element, we do have a program that would ask the city to explore reducing the amount of commercial floor area in our commercial districts as a further incentive for housing. We have not considered at this point, and I don't believe we received council.
I should say that that is probably even easier to do, and I agree with you that that's a better alternative. But that's something we're just exploring?
So I forget how the language reads in the program, but it is an action that we would undertake, and we would go to the Planning and Transportation Commission and come to the City Council with either an ordinance or recommendation on next steps.
Thank you. And then within some of the Rome GM districts, GM is general manufacturing, and we have some uses that are still there today that are hazardous materials. They're really facilities that are primarily hazardous materials. And yet we're saying that we have housing by right, which potentially in those areas most adjacent to those particular problematic uses would put by right housing up against an incompatible use. So has that been evaluated?
Yes. So when we identified housing opportunity sites in the GM and the ROLM areas, we cross-checked that to information that we had available to us in terms of hazardous materials or sites that are located on hazardous materials, or sites that have hazardous materials that are regulated by the from a zoning perspective, but then also regulated through other means. And we did not include those properties in our housing sites inventory.
Oh, the map included at least one, if not two, that I'm fully aware of.
Then we would, so the focus area boundary may be a little more broad, but the site inventory location does not have, has been checked against that threshold.
Okay, thanks.
I have one quick note on your previous question, Councilmember Burt. There's a feature of housing element law where for mixed use zones, like our commercial zones, if they are in our sites inventory and have been identified as suitable for lower income housing, then they must be developed with 50% residential. So, and that's something where the PTC recommended that we increase that ratio to 2/3 residential floor area. So that is another way of getting at the interest you expressed.
Thank you.
So that was Mr. Albert Yang, our city attorney. I don't see any other lights for technical questions. Oh, I see somebody reaching for it. Councilmember Lithgard Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering if my housing ad hoc colleagues, first I should offer you gratitude for all the work and staff as well. I'm wondering where you stand on the pushback from a claim regarding the 3 matters they raised in their letter. Are you in agreement with the staff analysis about how we might respond to those concerns? Have you had the opportunity to look at that? Do you have a different opinion than staff?
I read the letter and I heard with what Director Late said, and I'm encouraged that those items can be worked out pretty collegially.
Okay, thank you. I noted that the 3300 El Camino site has an approved entitlement for an office project at 0.4 FAR and a no-build PG&E easement. So it says that we're going to reduce the site's inventory from 200 to 100 on that property. I'm wondering, given the no-build PG&E easement and the 0.4 FAR, why we think the owner will be interested in adding housing.
Thank you, Councilmember. So this is part of the conversations that staff and our consultants have been having with property owners to validate the sites that we're placing on our site inventory. We've met with representatives of the long-term leaseholder of that site, and we believe that the standards do a lot to incentivize additional housing at that site. You may recall, and things have changed since the original pre-application that was filed for that site, but that site did include a 0.4 office building and a 2.0 housing project. Construction costs have gone up, lending rates have gone up, and our proposal here would allow for more FAR and more height than was contemplated when that pre-screening was first advanced. We do think that we may need to come back to the City Council on that site to address this special setback that exists on Hanson. There is a 50-foot setback on Hanson. I suppose we've known about this, but we didn't put 2 and 2 together in the short timeline that we have right now. So I just want to put a pin in that future discussion. I know across the street for the Parmani Hotel, the City Council was amenable to amending the special setback for that hotel project. And so we just need to study that a little bit more. And that might be a further refinement that would further incentivize development of that particular site.
Thank you. I noted that program L2.4.1 said, this is on packet page 116, that we will amend the housing element to eliminate housing sites along San Antonio Road and increase residential densities in downtown and Cal Ave to replace potential units from the sites eliminated. But I didn't see any further reference to those kinds of changes happening. I assume that that's something that we are deferring for subsequent conversations as we strive to meet the most pressing deadline. Is this concept of removing some from San Antonio and moving it to downtown and Cal Ave in play still, or is that outdated language?
And I'm sorry, can you repeat the program?
Program L 2.4.1, packet page 116. This is in the comprehensive plan.
Yep, I'm seeing the reference.
So the
Yeah,
first.
so, right, understood. So this is, this was from the comprehensive plan that was updated for 2015, going through 2030. And I think that program is somewhat inconsistent with the direction that we've received more recently with the housing element update. And so that's, probably a program that we should look at more specifically to see if it's still one that we want to pursue, because we're actually going in a different direction with the housing element that we have.
Thank you. And I also note that on that same page, it says, which I understand is from many years ago, conversion to residential capacity should not be considered in town and country village. Is that, can you help me understand the nature of that decision or agreement or belief system?
So let's see. Again, do you have the reference number?
L 2.4.4. It's 3 paragraphs below the one I previously cited.
Yeah, I remember this coming up early in our conversation with the housing element as we were looking for sites. And I believe it's simply to reinforce the neighborhood commercial uses at town and country. And sort of that low scale commercial environment that we have. Your colleagues may have some different perspectives on that, but that's what I'm remembering at the moment.
Thank you. No further questions from me, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, thank you guys for the staff report. I had a question on slide 18, number 1. So I don't know if the clerk could bring that up. From what I understand, this was brought up during the planning commission. Is that right?
Yeah, Commissioner, or I'm sorry, Councilmember, I'm just waiting for the slide to show up here. Number 1.
Yeah.
So this idea of extending the housing focus area, I think first came from the city council as a concept at the early October study session. At that evening, there was a property owner representing the shaded parcels who I spoke with that evening. And I believe a similar comment was made to the Planning and Transportation Commission. And the commission itself made a recommendation to the council to consider giving staff direction to explore expanding it south and east.
I see. Okay. And so I guess the planning commission was about a month ago or so, or how long?
Yeah, it was, I want to say, about a month ago.
Okay. And so what's the, I guess, what more work does staff have to do to determine or to, what study needs to happen in order to figure this out?
Yeah, so thank you for that question. There's so we've not done any analysis yet with respect to these properties. And so things that we would be interested in are there land uses in the area that may be sensitive to the heights that we've contemplated? Are there additional, transitional heights? This particular area, this collection of properties has existing multifamily, I think on premise. So we're concerned about displacement would be a consideration. So there's a number of factors that could come into play. Staff is not suggesting that this is not an inappropriate location, but it's also not a housing inventory site for the purposes of the housing element. And so it's not bound by the same time limit that we have for some of these other properties at the January 31st deadline. So we don't know, we don't suspect that it's going to be an extensive process, we're just not ready for it this evening.
Okay. And how much longer or how much time is needed to do the analysis?
Again, I think it's in the context of just the other work that we have. We have the housing element and a lot of other council priorities. So the individual effort to do that. The challenge that we have is, just the other priority assignments that we're working on.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. And I also want to thank staff and my colleagues on the ad hoc for their work on this. It's encouraging. And I have to say, when I sat down to read the staff report and had a lot of questions coming into that, between that and the presentations and comments tonight, it answered virtually all of them. So thank you also for a good report. But I have and I wanted to mention, in the first go round, when we last talked about this, I pushed pretty hard on, questioning to make sure we had a sufficient basis that the sites on our inventory that we reasonably believed that they would be available. And it sounds like there's been good work in progress on that front. So appreciate it. So I just have one small question, and that is, I appreciate some of the creativity that's gone into some of this. For example, on slide 5, when it talked about landscape coverage requirements and has the picture of the above ground, having flexibility to meet that requirement with above ground space. I think that's the kind of direction that will help us get to where we need to go. And I just have a small question about that. There's a chart on packet page 79 that sets forth the specific requirements that are mentioned in the staff report. For the general manufacturing went from 0, I believe, to, hold on one moment, let me look at my chart here. Yes, from 0 to 20 or 30% above the ground floor. Does that mean that all of it must be above the ground floor, or what's the ruling there?
Yes, then I'll invite Ms. Eisberg to join us on this, but I want to first make sure I got the reference right. So I'm on packet page 79.
I believe that's right. There's a chart, table 2.
Right, and maximum lot coverage,
So
maximum
yes, the third column is maximum landscape coverage, and the GM existing is none. And then that goes to 20% above ground floor for focus area and 30% above ground floor for general manufacturing. So is that a requirement? It must be above the ground floor? I'm just curious how that's working.
Ms. Eisberg?
Sure, I can answer that. And it is more clear in the ordinance than it is on the staff report, but the idea that it's creating flexibility so that landscaping could be on the ground floor or it could be above the ground floor.
Okay, thank you. And then similarly for the Rome, it starts with 30 and goes down to 20 above the ground floor, and then just says above the ground floor for the lowest row. So I assume it's just the same flexibility. So whatever it takes to get it done, is that?
That's right.
Okay, excellent. All right, that's all I have. Thanks again for a comprehensive report.
Councilmember Lifcott Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry I ran out of time in the first round. Is that okay? Okay. I have a question for the city manager, wondering if you could expand upon the Stanford affiliate requirement. And then I have an additional question after that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. This is the recommendation from the Planning Transportation Commission that development of housing on El Camino Real be restricted and not available for Stanford affiliates. Noting that the PTC noted the potential property tax loss as one of the rationales for that restriction. As the council knows, it's a pretty complex issue. And as such, we did want to highlight for the council and community awareness that particular item is not time sensitive. So really at the council's discretion does not need to be included in the ordinance that you ultimately act on this evening. Council, in keeping with that, may wish to set it aside and come back to it pending further discussions as it relates to workforce housing needs and plans.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is, a couple weeks back, we were talking about CalAv, or maybe that was just last week, and the potential for rezoning on CalAv to include mixed-use retail ground level housing up top. And I wonder to what extent that ought to be a part of the conversation we're having tonight. And if not, if it shouldn't be a part of the conversation we're having tonight, if we could make a plan to have that conversation at a subsequent date.
Yeah, it's not something that we're agendized for tonight in terms of any specific properties on California Avenue. We are making some adjustments to some of the base zoning in that area. And I know that you've had your discussion last week, I think it was last week, about car-free streets and California Avenue. That, I think, ties into direction that the council has asked for related to a coordinated area plan or, some equivalent study of California Avenue. I think there's a number of different parts to that. The streetscape, the land uses, and the urban form of future housing at that location combined with various state laws, including AB 2097. So I think there's a lot of different components that probably require discussion. And I'll leave it to the city manager to figure out when we might be able to get that scheduled for a discussion or what the appropriate time frame is for that. Sorry to delegate up, but
I think the point's well taken, that some follow-up work is needed. So we'll work on how best to bring that forward to an appropriate time.
Thank you. And the final question, sorry, this is really the final question. At our study session on this, I think about a month ago, one of the members of the Carpenters Union came and spoke to us about the fact that a number of local municipalities have inserted into their housing element language about using local labor, using apprenticeships, prevailing wages, health insurance. But we've been given the examples of Redwood City, Menlo Park, Capitola, Foster City, and Berkeley, I believe, and Los Gatos as jurisdictions that are farther down the pike than others on that front. I think the mayor had made a point of asking staff to come back with more information about the feasibility of including such language in our housing element. And I just wanted to inquire as to where that stands.
Yes, thank you. So we are working on that. We have those ordinances, or at least we have those languages as referenced in housing elements from those different jurisdictions that you've noted. We are in the process of still amending our housing element. That is not the item that's before you tonight. Rather, what's before you is a very discrete zoning change to implement two programs in the housing element. So we have that council direction. We are looking at it, and we'll be making a recommendation for inclusion in the housing element. Or if there's some questions that we have and we need policy guidance, we'll present that to the council as well.
Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you for asking the question. So just so that I understand the process, it's going to come back in the January session for the inclusion of the carpenters language, the ordinance?
Yes, what we have seen is, and I think what has been asked by the union is to include language in the housing element as a program that would then spur the city to dive more deeply into that policy and evaluate some standards for it. So yes, the idea is that it would be in the housing element, which is going to come to the council early next year.
Okay, so not so much a discussion or a deliberation, but basically you're going to provide the language for us to pick and choose and then adopt.
So I don't have the language in front of us now, and there's a couple of different options that we're looking at, but each one of those housing elements, I believe, had language to the effect of explore, consider, along these lines. And so that's something that we could do. And then the council, when you see the housing element before you, we can flag that as here's where that policy got incorporated, here's how it got written. And if you think that is appropriate, then you can go forward. If you wanted to debate that, you would have that discussion at that time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I don't see any other lights. So Madam Clerk, let's go to public comments. Madam Clerk, we're going to close the public comments after the first speaker finishes. And since we have 15 signed up to speak, we'll go to 2 minutes, please.
Our first speaker is Ted O.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Ted O'Hanlon. I'm a development consultant and project manager. Been working in Palo Alto for over 10 years now, working with Oxford Capital, the owners of the Creekside Inn, for about 2 years now. And we've submitted 2 pre-applications for the city's consideration for housing-oriented projects. The first was 382 units. We did that in June of 2022. The second was in July of 2023. Another one that followed on City Council's interest in maintaining a hotel use at the property. And we're actually reusing several buildings on that. The reason why I'm here tonight, and with great respect to the Planning and Transportation Commission's efforts to future plan some of the setbacks related to the R1 zone, which the Creekside Inn is next to out of the 4 properties in the area focus plan, is to say to a certain extent, with due respect to that, it is a little too soon to put some of these restrictions on the Creekside, perhaps because of 2 things that really make it different than the other ones in the site focus area. One being the creek, and the other being the existing buildings and the existing setbacks. The creek significantly impacts the potential yield of the 3.6 acre property. While other properties in the area could realize an FAR 4.0, we're having trouble getting to 2.5. So every way to restrict further developing on the site is a problem. If you'll notice my first slide, these are the existing conditions. We're already within the 20-foot riparian setback. Anything further on a riparian setback than 20 feet is not worth us moving forward. The same thing could be said on the rear setback. We already have buildings in that, and they're at 10 feet. Going to 20 feet, we're not going to have too much trouble. And then the last thing is the transition from the R1 zone. We'd recommend, or we'd work collaboratively with the city to find a solution. Our track record on respecting that, I think, has been very good to this point. And
Your time
we'd like
is
to do
up.
that.
Thank you for your
Thanks very
comment.
much, guys.
Our next speaker is Thomas A.
I wrote something in 3 minutes, but we'll see how fast I can read it. My name is Thomas Agarbani. I'm here speaking today on behalf of our proposed multi-family development on the east side of El Camino. We are located on the corner of El Camino Real and Olive Avenue. In particular, my family has a 2951 El Camino and 470 Olive parcels, where my father, now retired, had his veterinary practice for over 20 years. Our family has been in an ongoing discussion with the city planning department in the past years, trying to create a development that would work for the city's vision and goals, while also being economically viable to develop. We hope that you extend the El Camino Real housing focus area to the east side of El Camino and support the original recommendations of the planning staff and the expert consultants, in addition to developers' comments on how housing can feasibly be implemented into the city while still respecting the adjacent R1. In particular, a 75-foot transition zone for 35-foot height and the 100 to 150-foot transition zone for the 45-foot height. The current proposed setbacks and transition zone would leave ours and other ideal sites on the east side unable to be economically developed, losing extremely valuable housing opportunities in one of the most optimal places for housing in Palo Alto. And a quick aside before I sit back down, my family is a multi-generational Palo Alto family. My great-grandparents on both sides lived here in Palo Alto, as did my grandparents, as did my parents. I grew up here and currently commute to coach water polo here. I do not have a single friend, classmate, or teammate who grew up here that still lives here in Palo Alto. This is because of lack of housing. In the past years, I've been watching, listening to all the city meetings on housing. Over these years, I've heard high school students calling in support of housing developments, saying that they want to have a place to live in Palo Alto when they get older. First responders calling in to say that in a disaster relief emergency situation, they would have a hard time leaving their families an hour away to come to Palo Alto to help, which would be different if they lived here in the community that they currently work so hard to support. School teachers calling in to say they drive over an hour to work to educate our local youth. These are just a few of the many community voices I've heard to express to this council in support of housing. I hope you take all this into consideration as you determine setbacks, transitional zone, housing focus areas, and the timeline in which housing is adopted. As these decisions today.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean S.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Jean Snyder, Associate Vice President of Real Estate for Stanford University, and I, with my colleague Jessica Von Bork, had the pleasure of participating in the Housing Element Working Group. Stanford has appreciated the working group process and the many meaningful discussions about building much needed housing in Palo Alto. On behalf of the university, I'm speaking in overall support of the proposed zoning ordinance while highlighting one major area of concern. We respectfully request that the council remove the language restricting Stanford's ability to provide affiliate housing on its land along El Camino Real. It has always been a claims and Stanford's intent to see housing for the community built on the combined McDonald's and Fish Market site. Nothing has changed about that. However, we do have a significant issue with codifying that intent in a zoning ordinance. Given that no affiliate housing has been proposed for the Acclaim project, and given that the city has been encouraging Stanford to build housing, this provision feels unnecessary and in conflict with the city's RHNA goals. It could have the unintended consequence of creating a barrier for Stanford to build housing on El Camino. We appeal to the council to engage with Stanford through a collaborative process to find a mutually beneficial way to address concerns raised by the Planning Commission. We have confidence that through such a process, we can continue to encourage new housing projects in a way that supports our mutual goals. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy A.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Amy Ashton. I'm Executive Director of Palo Alto Forward. Thank you, first of all, for your bold action and efforts to upzone 4 parcels in the El Camino focused area. You can see what it's inspired in the room tonight. It's really amazing work, and coordinating closely with interested owners and developers is the way forward. We're saying yes, this, and more. 6,000 units is a lot of housing. We all know that. And before we throw up our hands and say it can't be done, remember that there are over 1,000 units of desperately needed housing currently under review with the Planning Department as either builder's remedy or pre-applications. And we have property owners who have written in and are here tonight. They want to build housing, but they need adequate zoning and a definitive process to do so. So at Palo Alto Forward, we'll continue to work in the background to build a foundation of support for more housing. We submitted a letter with our partners at Moms Out Front, 350 SV, Palo Alto Climate Action, SV at Home, the Unitarian Universalist Church Action Committee, Palo Alto Student Climate Action Coalition, and Students for Workers' Rights at Stanford. We also have a petition tonight with 150 signatures from Palo Alto residents who support housing in Palo Alto. I'll just submit that. We understand the action before you tonight is deadline-driven and perfunctory, but work on the housing element doesn't end tonight, and we hope you will continue these types of efforts on upzoning throughout the city. We will continue our work to create an environment where you feel empowered and emboldened to do so. Because ultimately, how do we support our local businesses if we don't build housing? How do we increase flagging school enrollment? How do we meet our climate challenges and equity goals? Housing is the answer to a better Palo Alto. So yes, this and more. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bob M.
Thank you, Mayor Crew and council members. One of the things that concerned me about the proposal was the suggestion that height limits in some areas be increased by up to 70 or even 84 feet. We've had a 50-foot height limit in Palo Alto for decades, and there have been occasions in the past when there was proposals to raise that. They were discussed extensively, and it was decided to keep it at 50 feet. Now, I agree that if you're going to put new housing in Palo Alto Square, that building is more than 50 feet high. And so the new tall buildings wouldn't be obtrusive, but in most of Palo Alto, they would be. So I take another look at the allowed height limits. And one of the other things was the 20-foot setback. And I debated whether that was adequate or not, and I finally decided 20 feet is reasonable. And I think it's acceptable and should adopt that. Now, finally, there's been a lot of discussion about lack of housing in Palo Alto, that we need more. But since the pandemic, there's been a significant reduction in occupancy of offices. And I think in the next couple of years, you're going to see an awful lot of office buildings converted to residential use. So the lack of housing is going to be partially overcome by conversion of existing non-residential buildings to residential use. It's going to take a few months before you start seeing the first ones, but I think by the end of next year, you'll see quite a few coming through.
Our next speaker is Christy B.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Christy Bascom. I'm a land use planner with Shute, Mahali and Weinberger. I'm speaking on behalf tonight of the Palo Alto Redwoods Homeowners Association, which is a group of 117 market and affordable condominiums at 4250 El Camino Real. We're requesting that the City Council amend the ordinance it's considering tonight under item 9. The proposed text amendments that we have are detailed in our letter, which is attached to your packet. The Palo Alto Redwoods site illustrates an unusual situation that the city will see a lot more of in the future with the implementation of the housing element. The property is zoned commercial, but is developed with 100% residential uses. There are 142 parcels in the housing elements opportunity sites inventory that also have a commercial zoning designation. These future developments deserve to be buffered from new commercial development in the same way that residentially zoned properties currently are. Our proposed changes are to 2 subsections of Zoning Ordinance Chapter 18.16, which regulates commercial districts. For both sections, we're suggesting language so that the commercial regulations will protect adjacent residential uses, not just adjacent residential zoning. The proposed zoning text amendments will not materially impact commercial sites developed with future residential uses. State housing law provides a lot of leeway for residential projects. The proposed zoning text amendments will apply to new mixed use and commercial development that is adjacent to 100% residential use. PAR believes that the city should implement these minor changes and requests that the council incorporate them into the ordinance being considered tonight. The municipal code allows the council to make this change. However, if the city council decides not to incorporate our proposed revisions at this time, PAR requests that the council initiate a zoning text amendment and direct staff to study the proposed language for incorporation into a future ordinance. On behalf of PAR, thank you for your consideration of this request.
Our next speaker is Reed K.
Hi, my name is Reed Kleckner. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself. So I just wanted to thank the Planning Commission who for their hard work on the proposed zoning ordinance update. I think this is a really great step forward. It's a good start, but it's not enough. We're gonna have to do more if we want to build more housing and meet our RHNA goals. The housing focus area approach has been a big success. I hope you direct staff to expand the focus area. I wanted to respond to something I heard Councilmember Greer Stone say, understanding the impediments that exist to housing construction. I heard that and I was like, yeah, let's meet with developers, understand what the problems are and, work together. It seems pretty common sense. So to conclude, thank you for your hard work. Let's approve the zoning ordinance update and let's do some more.
Our next speaker is Emily A.R.
He's so tall. Hi, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and members of the council. My name is Emily Ann Ramos. I'm speaking on behalf of SB at Home. We have joined in a support letter of the zoning changes and also urged council to include in your motion to approve these changes to expand the scope of these upzonings. I like to think about it as the housing needs of our community are incredibly great. The goal of the housing element is to identify those needs and then respond to those needs. And like I mentioned before, we all know how great the housing need is in this community. So we encourage you, it sounds like there's some opportunities here to expand some housing in the housing element upzonings to get a truly compliant housing element. Other things that we may want to also bring up, the city has its own density bonus program and then the state has its own. If a developer wants to go with the state's density bonus program, I think it may do some good to do some introspection on how Palo Alto can incentivize their density bonus program to make it more proper to your city and incentivize developers to also want to do that. So continuing on with this housing element, I think we're on the right track. I think we could do more. I think your staff is incredibly hardworking. You have very brilliant residents here and a very compassionate council. So I think we have what we need to really come forth with a truly ambitious and compliant housing element. So good luck on that. Thank you.
And that was also Council Member from Mountain View, Emily Ramos. Thank you for being here tonight.
Our next speaker is Peter G.
This up a little bit, not all the way. All right, thank you. So I'm part of the ownership of the El Camino focus area, that one property that's just one off. We've been up on the board a few times just to show kind of the several parcels. And it's pretty easy to see how we could have been missed. We have LLCs for various properties, but we are one ownership. We're only one property away from the Creekside Inn, which is the kind of southern border of that focus area. And I think as it's been noticed, we are ready, willing, and able to do development. We've been in the Palo Alto community for over 30 years. We're responsible for a lot of the apartment buildings that are currently here. We house several hundred people within the city of Palo Alto. And it's a site for us that we have that's kind of been waiting for something to happen. The zoning beforehand was not really conducive to development down the road. And with this new focus area, it actually does provide an opportunity for us to pursue housing without having to go and use kind of the state, kind of state specific things that are out, you know, any of the SBs or builder's remedies. So we've been looking for a great way to work with the city, and this focus area actually provides us a way to have kind of an open line of communication and to afford us the, you know, zoning potential to actually develop out this site. Like I said, we're just a family business that's in the area. We have 3 generations of people working in the same office, which can be chaotic, but at the same time does provide a lot of cool opportunities. And so kind of with that, we know that there's a lot going on within the city to get this plan and the housing element set up by the end of January. But with that in mind, when there is a space for us, if we can direct it tonight or down in the next few months, we'd really look forward to that. For us, it's a great way to kind of interface with everyone here and kind of provide something that works for everybody. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Avro S.
Greetings, City Council members. I hope you're all doing well. My name is Avro Shah, and I'm a freshman at Palo Alto High School. I'm here today on behalf of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC. Today, I hope to share the important role Palo Alto plays in the climate movement regarding housing with you all. As I'm sure many of you already know, one of the leading sources of greenhouse gas emissions in Palo Alto comes from transportation, especially from cars driving into the city and people making their daily commute. Palo Alto, in short, has become a hub of activity in the Bay Area with flourishing businesses on all sorts of scales. It is for this reason that we assert the fairness of Palo Alto providing housing for as many of these commuters as we reasonably can, and when involving dense housing, PASC extends our support. Dense housing supports the businesses of Palo Alto by helping businesses with hiring and retaining employees while allotting employees more time to spend with their families. It supports the city's principles of equity while supporting community events. Increasing housing will result in a decrease in air pollution under the city's Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, or SCAP, due to a decrease in overall traffic congestion from the many people who are forced to commute to Palo Alto due to a lack of affordable and accessible housing. And while we condone these new zoning regulations, we postulate that these changes, while innovative, are unquestionably insufficient. PASC urges the city to consider the expansion of the impact of these zoning regulations while standing by the importance of the city's impact on climate change through housing. We support this current plan and implore the city to explore similar projects in the future. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Mark J.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, good evening. My name is Mark Johnson. I'm a director at the Acclaim Companies, and my brother and I are real estate developers, born and raised here in the area. We have a love and appreciation for Palo Alto. You're aware that we submitted an application, a preliminary application on SB 330 in January of this year for 380 units at the former Fish Market and McDonald's site. And then we submitted a formal application in June. We understand and appreciate your efforts to accommodate this project through the El Camino Real Focus Group. And we're excited because we believe like we're really close. And it was brought up earlier today, this evening, a letter that we sent this week. And so we appreciate your review of basically 3 items that separate us. And they're fairly minor items. Let me just summarize them very briefly. The maximum height in the focus area right now is calling for 55 feet. In order for us to maintain a 10-foot plate height, we need that to be 59 feet before we do our setback. The second item is the setback from El Camino. It's currently asking for a 20-foot setback from the property line. And we believe, our consultants believe, that that will make it very difficult for fire to actually access the roof. We would ask that that setback start 20 feet from the curb or 15 feet from the property line. And then the third item is to modify the residential landscape requirement from 60% to 10%. As currently drafted, the project would need to remove a substantial portion of the building, reducing its unit count and making the project
Your time is up.
Financially feasible. Those are the 3 items. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Michael Q.
Thank you, everyone. I'd like to commend Vice Mayor Stone for what I believe is a correct understanding of the timeline and political predicament the city finds itself in regard to the state and HCD. I would encourage City Council to vote for a strong version of the zoning changes. I am concerned that the city is perhaps too focused on commercial quarters and industrial areas, particularly near the 101 highway. I don't believe that this will be lost on HCD. I would also like to thank Councilmember Burt for his question regarding property owners' proclivity to redevelop their properties. My personal contribution to a letter written to HCD on the housing element plan as originally submitted involved contacting owners of high capacity locations. I successfully contacted about 10, and most of the sites that we spoke about are still included in the inventory. At the time I contacted them, none of the site owners had substantial plans to redevelop their properties. The majority claimed they had no meaningful contact with the city regarding their properties at all. Even if the housing element is approved by HCD this time around, our progress as a city towards assigned goals will be reviewed. We must build approximately 6,000 units in one 8-year cycle, as you all well know. HCD is taking this seriously. My understanding is San Francisco's progress will be reviewed next spring due to some language placed in a bill by the city's state senator. The odds of San Francisco maintaining local control at this point are understood to be very low. I suggest that we not follow their example. I would encourage the council to act boldly to maintain local control and vote to broadly upzone Palo Alto in a geographically diverse way. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann M.
Good evening, members of the City Council. I'm following up on speaker number 6, Christy Bascom from Shoot Mahaley and Weinberg. I want to read one paragraph from the letter we sent. I'm a resident of Palo Alto Redwoods, which happens to be, as far as I can tell, the only 100% residential use commercially zoned parcel in the city. The letter reads, the proposed changes would not only provide these basic protections to Palo Alto Redwoods community, but it would also apply other existing residential communities. Likewise, it would apply to the thousands of future residential units that the city is incentivizing through implementation of the housing element, many of which are likely to be sited on commercially zoned land. Simply put, it is most fair and efficient to treat all exclusively residential properties similarly. Further, not adopting the changes could easily result in an increased burden on the city when future residents on commercially zoned properties appeal or otherwise contest adjacent commercial developments to try to get the same protections that residentially zoned properties enjoy. Thank you for listening. I'm finished.
Our next speaker is Liz G.
Am I unmuted? Thank you very much. I'm all for upzoning, making more dense housing areas in our downtown areas. I think this is vital to fighting climate change. I really appreciated Avaro S. and Michael Q. for their presentation comments tonight. One of the things that I wanted to bring up was the assistant city attorney talked about 50% of income-based housing, low-income housing going into the ROLMGM commercial industrial. Poor people, poor working, hard working people have a very difficult time getting to their jobs with very little options for transportation, very few options for grocery stores near them, very few options for schools, libraries, the things that make our communities thrive and connect with one another. I so encourage the city to zone denser in underneath our canopy, where there's trees and oxygen, where we can be close to city commerce and recreation centers, senior centers, those things that connect us and give us resources and help us, that we help you too as working class, hardworking poor people. So what we give back, you give us. It's a kind of a trade-off. So please, I really want you to consider densely dispersing equity housing throughout our city centers. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Scott O.
Hi, thank you. I'm speaking for myself tonight.
This is exciting. I suspect this is our most significant land use reform since the downzoning in the 70s. I have concerns, of course. While in the ACR focus area, the city is reaching consistency with its record of proposals under PHZ, that doesn't mean a claim is wrong. The environment has gotten more challenging, as noted. In other areas, as Ms. Eisberg confirmed, the city remains focused on reaching physical, not economic feasibility. I continue to worry about our focus on theoretical proposals instead of realistic projects in the context of certification. An observation about the process. Outside of GM and ROLM, I don't think the way the city governs is really zoning. We're changing the standards of sites on a per parcel basis by including them in the inventory. The staff presentation for the ECR focus area had a separate slide for each parcel. Is this zoning or parceling? Whatever it is, it's so paralyzing. The director just said he needs 5 months to add an adjacent location. Parceling meant we didn't treat our downtowns as downtowns, our transitions as such. We had a multi-year process that only delivered uniform standards in one corner of the city, which is just big enough to show there's no organizing principle to preclude an ambition like that. Is this how it worked in the 70s? I've read our zoning code more than most, and I see few signs they were so trepid. But I don't want to lose sight of the fact that this is a big step forward. I encourage you to approve the changes and give staff the direction Director Late said you could to extend the ECR to explore extending the ECR focus area to the shaded areas. I appreciate the work of staff, the ad hoc, the council, PTC, and the housing element working group that went into getting us this place. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on item 9.
Very good. Thank you. Let's bring it back to council. And if there's further questions, or we can move to comments, please. Oh, yes, you have. Thank you for reminding me. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. Because I do patent work for Stanford, I have a conflict with respect to matters that relate to it. So as I understand it, this item will be segmented, and I will recuse myself from the part that relates to Stanford and hope to return once you are through that part. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney or Director, do you have anything to instruct us with?
Not with respect to Councilmember Vinker. Thank you. We'll contact you. But for the council's deliberation, your focus at this moment, your deliberation will really focus on the Pasteur site and the proposed zoning changes that are being made there, as well as I believe the entirety of the housing focus area. Kyle, does that sound right? And the reason for that is the housing focus area includes Stanford-owned properties, but it also includes other properties, but we can't really split those and talk about them separately. Otherwise, we lose the continuity of the focus area concept. So the idea is that the city commissioners here will discuss and make a motion on the housing focus area and the Pasteur site. And then you can invite Councilmember Vinker back to take up the rest of the components of the ordinance.
So Councilmember Vinker can't even talk about the other properties not within the focus area. There are properties that are not Stanford land in the focus area, right?
That's true.
So, but they're all part of one.
Well, so my understanding is it's difficult to separate out the Stanford-owned properties from the broader focus area. But again, I'll look to the city attorney's office to assist with that clarification.
Yeah, that's right, Mayor Koo. They can't be separated. So the whole set has to be during the recuse time.
Very good. Thank you. All right. So come back to council for questions and comments. I don't see any lights. Councilmember Burt.
Not that I wanted to go first. Okay. First, Director Late, the representative from McLean had asked about 3 things. 2 of them sound pretty reasonable, or at least within the range of what we might consider, I should say. One is whether the height of the 5 stories, I think it is, on El Camino, and then they step back for the remaining 2 stories, I believe. Their claim that they need 55 feet rather than 59 on El Camino. Has staff evaluated that request and have any response?
Yeah, I think it may have been transposed. I think they're asking for 59 feet instead of 55.
I said it backwards.
Yep, but I understand what you were saying. And in their letter, they had proposed 2. They request one of the following changes be made, and the 2 bullets are: 1, increase the step back height to 59 feet, or clarify that the 55-foot measurement does not include a parapet. And staff looked at that and finds that exempting parapets or guardrails, which may be glass or some other material, would be a more appropriate exclusion from the height. And it's at that height, it's probably not going to be significantly visible from the ground level.
And then the other one that they raised was the issue of the setback for the 2 upper stories, and a claim that there might be fire safety issues at a 20-foot setback and would not be at a 15. Do we have any sense of whether that's a correct claim?
So I explored that further today with our fire department, and it was a little difficult to speak about it in the abstract. There are certainly rules related to fire access, and we don't have a lot of buildings that go over the 50-foot height limit. So it is something that we need to pay attention to for ladder access, aerial access. That said, I don't believe in consultation with the fire department that the step back itself would preclude meeting that requirement through various means. As you look at the plans that are on file with that property, providing access to that roof deck could be achieved at the setbacks that are proposed, even if the upper level is step back 20 feet.
So if we believe that's not an issue, but we can't yet be certain, is there a way that we could include in our language tonight a 20-foot setback contingent on it meeting fire safety standards?
Exactly. So a 20-foot setback, except as required to be closer for fire life safety purposes.
Yeah. Okay. And then they asked about landscape going from 60% down to 10.
So these are 2 different standards that apply in the context-based objective standards, I believe, in the objective standards that the council adopted 18 or 24 months ago. And there's one standard for residential properties, and there's another standard for commercial properties. But our read of the code in question actually doesn't apply to the subject property, because there's a requirement. The minimum setback in the front yard is based off the effective width of the sidewalk to get a 12-foot sidewalk. And so that defines the setback, and you can't have landscaping areas in a sidewalk area. So from staff's perspective, that third concern about landscaping is not relevant to the subject property. Okay. And we would not require landscaping in that area.
Okay. And I just make one other comment on, since this set is about the Creekside area. One, the 3,500 El Camino area, I think that set of properties is a very interesting perspective inclusion in that El Camino zoning upgrade that we're doing. My understanding is the staff would need to spend additional time on analysis, but tonight we could give direction of an interest to include those?
Yes.
Okay. And then, and I do note that a portion of that property is adjacent to single-family neighborhoods, so that's where the transition zone issue in that location would matter. irrespective of what we end up coming up with on what's the proper transition zone. And then lastly, on the Creekside property, I'd just note that the site map that the applicant showed us, it was interesting. There are many existing intrusions within a 50-foot setback of current buildings. Those are legacy buildings from before we set comp plan guidance that hasn't been codified in zoning more than 20 years ago through 2 comp plans that we reiterated that policy direction. But the thing that I didn't notice from his site map is that the orientation of the buildings was intruding into the setback in corners at multiple locations, and a reorientation of the building so that it runs parallel to the creek would allow for greater setback distance without impeding on that footprint. Now, there may be other issues on the lot coverage, but that was one observation that seemed really apparent when he showed that drawing. So I have a couple other things. I'll wait for another round.
Councilman Byrd, I don't see any light, so you can just continue. And at any point, if you want to make a motion or move it forward, we can certainly do that.
I see my colleague is
Okay,
ready to go.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
I wanted to echo the interest in the Giovanato family parcels being considered for inclusion. I'm not sure that there's a downside to including them, although it does appear there are maybe 3 or 4 parcels nearish El Camino and on Matadero who may not agree with this. Anyway, I think it's lovely to have a property owner come in and say, hey, you may not have realized this. We've got a whole bunch of properties owned by the same family, and we'd really like to build housing in this city that we love. I really appreciate that they came forward to ask to be included on the west side of El Camino in this housing focus area.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If you're entertaining motions, I'll start the process.
Yes.
Okay, I'll move the staff and the ad hoc recommendation with a few changes.
I just want to have some clarification. So he's moving, Vice Mayor Stone is moving the entire,
No,
or is it just the,
no, just related to the housing focus area
and
Pasture Drive.
Yep.
okay, now that we have that clarified.
Clerk, I believe the motion would be move the staff recommendation with respect to the housing focus area and Pasteur Drive development standards as amended, as I believe there's a few changes forthcoming.
So I'm just waiting for.
Just waiting for it to come up.
Right, for it to come up, right, exactly. So we have a
some changes.
clear understanding of what the motion is. Thank you.
Okay, then some of the changes would be to refer expansion of the housing focus area to staff for further analysis. And request to return to council with a recommendation. Okay, number 2, exempt parapets and guardrails from height limits in the housing focus area and pasture drive. And Director Late, do I need to include language in there? You mentioned that we could require that the material be specified so it's not, so it might be transparent or.
So I wasn't suggesting that it be added, but I was noting that it could be designed with a glass railing. But if the council were interested in that, that's an option. Another consideration, and I don't know about the cost implications of this, is that, and there may be some building code matters, but if it's not a transparent material or railing or something to that effect, maybe there's a requirement to be set back at a 45-degree angle so that the upper parapet is pushed away from the edge of the building. Those are some design options, but I was only suggesting exempting it to the minimum standard required for safety is the other factor.
Okay. So would that need to be included in the motion, or is that something that staff would be?
Let me see. Yeah, so staff, unless otherwise directed by council, we would have it read minimally required for life safety.
Okay. What include the fire safety?
There's that 15-foot thing.
Yeah. Recommendation of language would be helpful on that one. Let me just get through these, and then because I'm interested in that, just need help on the language. And then number 3, remove the language regarding Stanford affiliates. Regarding Stanford affiliate housing, and refer to staff and the Stanford ad hoc for further dialogue. Councilmember Burt, did you have a recommendation on the language regarding the fire safety?
Why don't we get a second, and then we
So I'm
can,
still working on the primary motion.
yeah, we can add.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works.
After we get a second.
Then that is it for this.
I'll second.
Very good. Councilmember Burt seconds.
Oh, we did? No, I did.
Oh, you did. I'm sorry.
My voice is disguised tonight. I sound like Councilmember Burt.
Apologies, Councilmember Lowing.
Just record my vote correctly. Yes, I seconded it.
All right. So now that you have a second, Vice Mayor Stone, would you like to speak to your first?
I spoke to it earlier.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we need to add that, something about the item number 2 from a claim to
kind of get what we want and potentially what they want. So what is that from your perspective, Director Late? It's the second item on your letter, which I have in my hand here.
I think that's the front setback, 20 feet.
Yeah.
Or what Acclaim is talking about, 15 feet.
Yes. So, so I want to be careful that I don't get too weedy on you and get into a bunch of technical standards here with the council.
Yeah. Plus, we're trying to create a general ordinance, not a developer specific ordinance.
Yeah.
But it's good. It's good input that we have a developer ready to go. So
a couple of options that we considered. One is, of course, the standard that you have today with the 20-foot step back above 55 feet. And then the another option is that we can borrow from the existing objective standards in the code today and allow or apply the additional step back to 70% of the facade facing El Camino, which means 30% could come forward closer toward the build line, and 70% would need to be stepped back. That's an option. Another option that staff favors, I believe, though it's a little bit more complicated to administer, would be to provide an average 20-foot setback, which means across the full length or facade of the building, the front facade would be set back an average of 20 feet from the front property line. This would allow for a wide variety of design options to meet that standard. It would mean that some portions of the facade could come closer than 20 feet and other portions would get credit for being further back from the property line. On that
except you would want a minimum.
That's right. And the minimum that staff has contemplated was 15 feet from the front property line. And the reason that's notable for El Camino is that we have another standard in our code that requires developers to provide an effective 12-foot setback. Along El Camino, the wide setbacks that we have are generated in part from redevelopment of properties, and the buildings are required to be set back to give the effective setback of 20 feet. And so from the front property line, buildings may already be set back in this housing focus area 4 feet or 5 feet already to accommodate the sidewalk.
I think the average of 20 is appealing and sounds actually fairly simple to do the calculation. So
yeah, I will.
I could say that because you're going to do them.
I don't think I'm going to be doing them, but I have some staff that I'm being mindful about. There is, it's more complicated than it sounds. And I'll just throw a couple things out there, because if you head down this direction, I would want you to be aware of it in the second reading of the ordinance. There would be some, we'd want to be clear that there would be a limit to how far back you can go from the front property line into the depth of the property, so that we don't have a situation where somebody's claiming a 300-foot setback because they've got some kind of a wing wall or something that sticks out. So what I've seen in other jurisdictions is that you go back half the distance of the property and you can count any step backs in that area. That keeps it somewhat controlled as how far back you can go toward your averaging. The other aspect is to not have architectural features such as a wall that doesn't have any floor area behind it to count toward that averaging. So we'd want it to be, again, this is where I'm not going to get too technical on you, but just to flag that there's some components that staff would probably want to add to make sure that we're getting some genuine step backs and not just, throwing a wall in an ideal location to reap the benefit of being able to add to this setback average.
Yeah, well stated.
Thank you. I don't know if I agree with you on that, but but thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, I'd like to include that, but Director Late has to get that into a sentence.
Okay, I'll let me noodle that for a moment here.
And just a question while you think, the minimum 15-foot setback, is that sufficient for different landscaping? I mean, as far as street trees are concerned?
So the setback that we're talking about would only apply above 55 feet, excluding the parapet. So any requirements, and I've noted before on El Camino, in this particular instance, while there is landscaping being proposed as a part of this development, there's not additional 60% or 10% being required, because we actually have a provision in our code that wants buildings to be located at the building line. It's called a build to elevation. To reinforce that urban character of El Camino, we want the buildings to be close to the front property line. So we actually don't have a lot of requirements for landscaping for commercial operations. So this averaging would not affect any of the landscaping or tree placement standards, if that's what you're concerned about.
That is perfect. Thank you. Yeah, and I accept that amendment.
Okay.
And so while Director Late works on that, sorry. Kyle Ariano, Chief Assistant City Attorney. A couple of clarifying questions. The motion you said refers to housing focus area and Pasture Drive. So are we talking specifically about the El Camino Real housing focus area or some other? Okay. And then on the amendment to remove the Stanford language, are you referring to the restriction?
The requirement that it not be only for Stanford affiliates.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then on the, actually, you've already answered my last question. Thank you.
So can I just add on to that?
Okay.
For the Stanford folks in the audience who may be interested in this, we're not making any change to the Stanford affiliate language related to the Pasteur site. We're just talking about removing the Stanford affiliate language for the El Camino Real properties.
Yes.
Thank you.
So does number 4 read right to you?
Sorry, if we could, before we move on, City Clerk's got her cursor in the right spot for El Camino Real. My pidgin accent is throwing you off. Sorry. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, I want to get a little clarification on the setback. One of the things that seemed positive about the Acclaim proposal is that it was, I don't know, how many feet setback? Was it 20 initially or whatever from the height in the corner of the 5th floor at 55 feet? And then it was set back, right, by 15 or 20 in their proposal?
Well, so there's a number of setbacks at the upper levels, and including angled forms, which I think adds to that appeal.
Well, whatever the amount, my concern is that that's the sort of thing that we want, is that if we're going to allow 55 feet face on El Camino, it would have the look and feel of that, even though it had a setback and 2 more stories. The way we have this language, would it not allow a developer to, at certain portions or as at their discretion, put the whole building or a portion of the building back at 20 feet and then go straight up 7 floors, and we would lose that sense of scale of the 5-story building, and you would instead have a sense of scale of 7-story building from the street face. Is that correct? And are we aiming for them to, we really want the laddering is what we want, right?
Sure. Yeah, so this is, so in theory, it could be possible to set the building back 20 feet and go straight up to 85 feet. And that way you don't get that change. What I would need to maybe spend a moment looking at our code to see if the build to line is an actual requirement for building setbacks. And that might be the one area that might bring the building forward.
So if our current code doesn't have a provision that essentially accomplishes the laddering, then I would be interested in incorporating language that would do so.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what that language would be, so you might want to think about that one too.
Okay.
Okay. That's all I had on this motion. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. The other issue was whether we should have a clause here that the setbacks are contingent on meeting fire safety requirements.
Yeah, I don't think there's any harm in that for sure. Again, we don't think it applies, but you could say
It'll be at the bottom of 4. Included.
Yeah,
in
well,
4.
actually, with 4, you don't really need the exemption because it could be designed in a way to come forward to achieve any standard. So I don't now.
I don't think it's needed with
now
that,
even
with
more
4.
so. I don't believe it's
okay.
needed. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lifkout-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just felt that the applicant's language about this issue seemed so clear to me. So I just wanted to remind us of what Mr. Johnson said, which was a preference for 20 feet from the curb or 15 feet from the property line in order to accommodate the concern. I'm not in the weeds enough to know whether that is actually articulated more simply than what you've come up with, but I just wanted to remind us of what the request had been.
Councilmember Tanaka.
In regards to number 1, I think our city attorney asked about what it meant. Does it include the okay, so this El Camino, so this is including what's on page 18. Is that the intent for the maker? I heard you said an answer, but I couldn't hear you.
Who are you talking?
So the maker of the motion, Vice Mayor
maker.
Stone. Number 1. So are you intending to include page 18? Is that the idea?
Page 18 from the packet?
Yeah, from
Or from the slides?
Slides.
Yeah, so the referral will be to refer to staff. Yeah, so I mean, slide 18 would be included within that referral.
Okay, so up to Kendall Drive then. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I just want to be clear on that. Okay, and then on 3, so what are we saying here? We're saying that there can't be Stanford affiliate housing, or there can be? I guess what was the intent on 3?
Right now, my understanding of the language precludes how Stanford affiliates from the housing along El Camino, and the intent is to remove that prohibition and to refer that back to the Stanford ad hoc and staff for continued dialogue on that point. Especially since the city manager confirmed tonight that that is not a timely issue.
Okay. Okay, I'm not sure I agree with that, because I think we should allow Stanford affiliate housing. So I guess I'm just trying to understand 3 with the way it's written. So it sounds like it's counter to what I'm thinking. So
3 is what Stanford wants.
3 is what Stanford wants. Is it what? Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I'm so confused here. So I'm glad I'm asking. Okay, so 3 is what Stanford wants. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and then 4, I think we clarified. Thank you.
I have a question with regards to the setback that PTC proposed, especially because 3400, which is 3400 El Camino, backs up to single-family homes. You don't mention anything here, so I was wondering if we can incorporate what PTC has recommended in terms of the transitional setbacks.
I think it already is, isn't it? The PTC recommendation?
The PTC recommendations are embedded in the ordinance.
Oh, they are. Okay, I
Yes.
thought that there was a recommendation.
Yes, we flagged our the staff recommendations in the staff report, but the ordinance has been drafted to reflect the PTC's recommendations.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right.
So if I could, Mayor, respond to Councilmember Burt's question about the build to line question. So there is a provision in the code that requires 50% of the 50% of the frontage to be built to the setback line. So that is, in your scenario, you could have 50% of the building set back 20 feet and up to 85 feet plus a 3-foot parapet or 4-foot parapet, and the other portion come forward. Again, part of the reason we're doing this is to have objective standards. That's the push. And so we're not going to be able to design every scenario. It may be if you and your colleagues thought that 50% was not sufficient, you could have a different standard for the focus area. We can think about what that percentage might be, but you'd want to have some carve out for maybe access to subterranean garages and so forth.
Yes, Councilmember Byrd.
Okay, so as I'm thinking through this, thanks for the clarification. It seems that maybe what we would want to do is include that regardless of the setback of from the ground of the ground floor from the edge of the property, that the above 55 feet has to have a minimum of 10 feet setback from the built height on the street frontage. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, so for the upper level step back, it would be a 20-foot average setback from the property line, but a minimum 10-foot setback from the facade line.
Correct. That seem reasonable?
I understand that, and I think it is reasonable. I will note that there may be, yeah.
So should we, if you need to investigate it or think about it more, should we put that as something that we would recommend, and you would, how would we put it in this motion in a way that is direct enough direction, but still gives you some latitude if you find a problem?
Okay. Yeah, it is a complicated provision. And so I think I want us to have a little bit of flexibility coming back to you with some language in the second reading. From a design perspective, I think we want to be careful that we're not creating that.
Yeah, and it's hard to know. We aren't seeing visual renderings that show us that or identifying any problems. So I'm hesitant to have something firm on the fly. Yeah. Conceptually, this may be the way we want to go, but I'm comfortable with requesting that staff evaluate for a second reading inclusion of a standard that would require a a minimum of a 10-foot setback from the front facade. Is that the right way to put it?
Yes, would there be flexibility in the 10 or?
Yeah. Let me, and rather than even say 10, an appropriate setback from the facade.
Okay.
Is that at 55 feet? Is that your intent?
That's at 55 feet, yeah. Yeah.
Or before, I guess, but.
Yep. That's fine with the narrow language of that.
So I'm sorry, are we going to change number 4?
Yeah, so that would be included as a final sentence on 4? What the clerk has down there at the very bottom?
Or add a 5.
Yeah, it's part of the setback, whatever. Okay.
So I might suggest, Clerk, that 4 becomes part of 5. I'm sorry, 5 becomes part of 4 because the last sentence may modify the minimum setback of 15 feet section in item 4. So if we can just move 5 to be a part of number 4. And maybe suggest as an alternative to the, right where your cursor is, as an alternative to the 15-foot setback.
Yeah, it's just noted that, do we want to consistently use the word setback, although they're synonymous?
Okay. And then, yeah, great. That's good. And then for everywhere where it says setback in 4, we would change it to step back. Yep.
So, Director, I have a question. On number 2, where you said guardrails, you did mention that there would be glass potentially. So I have a concern. Would that cause any, we have our bird or concerns, right? So is there something that would be glass safe, bird safe glass?
Yeah, so I would,
because this is a very tall building if there's so much glass on any parts of it, there might be potential problems there.
Yeah, so for a couple of things, then one is on 2. I think what we're saying here is that buildings may have parapets, buildings may have guardrails, depending on how the use of that space is on the other side. If it's just a open roof area with mechanical, you have a parapet to protect somebody from falling.
Yeah.
If it's a guardrail and they're using it as a deck, you might have a different aesthetic design consideration. So with our objective standards, and because these projects would go through, if a project, there's only so much objective standards that we want to include in a project before we're detailing every component. So what a project that meets our objective standards does need to go to the architecture review board for a courtesy meeting. And it's during that meeting, we can make recommendations to change a parapet from this guardrail from solid to glass. We may even say fritted glass to protect, bird safety. But I want to be clear that these are recommendations and we can't codify them because they're going under the streamlined objective standards path. So that's with respect to item number 2. We are working on bird safe glass standards and dark sky standards that we hope to bring back to the council before the end of the fiscal year. So before June next year. Those standards would only apply to projects prospectively that are being filed. And I would be cautious about adding bird safe glass standards to the housing focus area at this point because we don't have the information to inform what regulations we'd want to impose on projects at this time. understanding, of course, the concern about bird safety.
Thank you for that explanation. My next one is about the creek, and based on the diagram, some edges of it does intrude into the 20-foot setback. What did we, are we sticking with the 20-foot, or are we giving exemptions? What are we doing here?
So no exemptions.
No
There
exemptions.
are existing, I think the diagram showed existing buildings that encroached into the 20-foot setback.
Right.
Buildings that would be removed would not be able to be replaced in that setback, but it may be that they want to retain some of the buildings as they are as a part of a future development. The Planning and Transportation Commission discussed the creek setback and ended up, actually don't remember if they ended up not making a recommendation. I know they discussed it, but there was no ultimate recommendation to change the standard from what is in the code today at 20 feet. And so that's what would apply to a future project going forward.
So there's no recommendation. Now, the building, if the applicant doesn't take away the building that is existing, which is within the 20 feet, they wouldn't be able, would they still be able to densify it?
If they
Add more
outside of the creek area, yeah.
But they wouldn't be able to add concrete or?
No, not within the creek area.
Okay.
No, and I think this goes a little bit beyond the regulatory framework where we are right now. But for that particular project, there's been also some discussion about restoration and removing the non-native plant material in the creek area. And that's something that I understand the owner is interested in pursuing from a community interest perspective, as well as presumably their own interest as well, having a riparian habitat.
All right. No more lights. So I'm sorry, Councilmember Burt.
Yes, your question made me realize that I wasn't clear on, for the Creekside project, the proposed setback is only 20 feet going forward?
So there's no change to the current standard, as you know, is 20 feet. And we're engaging a consultant now. We're trying to engage a consultant to examine increases to those setbacks east and west of the expressway. And so right now, what's on the books is 20 feet, and the applicant's plans for any redevelopment, the ones that we've seen, respect that 20-foot setback.
Okay, so as we've discussed before, the fact that we haven't updated our zoning code to reflect the comp plan intention for now 23 years and 2 comp plans is a real concern, because the ecological diversity of our flatland area is overwhelmingly in the riparian corridors, and this is one of the few natural riparian corridors that we actually have in our urban area. So I'm looking for, would we be able to, what's the time frame in which we would have some recommendations for that setback adjustment?
Our goal is June, but we still haven't secured a consultant, so I think it's probably going to slip past that.
And presumably, we wouldn't be able to retroactively apply that to this project.
Correct. I will note that as part of the application filing is an SB 330 application associated with all of the projects that have submitted along this focus area. And that does lock in the objective standards in place at the time.
Okay, so you're saying we really don't have a choice?
As a SB 330 application, even if an application were resubmitted to comply with the housing focus area standards that are being submitted today, those applications would inevitably be filed as SB 330 applications as well. locking in the development standards.
So we don't have a choice
Um,
on the setback.
I think it's a timing function.
Pardon me?
I think it's a timing function, but it's not likely to have the impact that I think you're looking to have.
Doesn't sound like it. Sounds like we have no choice. Okay, thanks.
I do want to say that, when we were determining the 575 Los Trancos property in the prior session, one of our council directives was to evaluate a project design that provides for approximately 50-foot setback from the top of the bank. And I also request for staff to return to council of the plan and timeline to amend the zoning code comprehensive plan policy N.3.3 and program N3.3.1. So I don't remember when 575 Los Trancos came to us some time ago, but I do have to say that, we are, at least I am kind of disappointed that this hasn't come back for sooner, and we're only now about to hire somebody to look at the setback for creek sites. And I get it that the applicant has already submitted his plans and that we're at 20 feet. So let's keep it at that. All right, thank you. We can we can take the votes now.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
No.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1 and 1 recusal, Councilmember Vinker.
All right, can you go? Okay, we'll have Councilmember Vinker return. And then can you let us know what are the remainder of things that we need to determine?
Yes. And so Ms. Eisberg, as our council members returning to the dais, can you summarize the remaining actions before the council?
Yes, so the remaining items are, let me pull up the packet page. First is the comprehensive plan amendments. So that's the amendments to the land use plan. And you may want to consider taking that as a separate action. And then second is the draft ordinance. And so that includes the remainder of chapter 18.14. This starts on packet page 132. And it's that whole draft ordinance, I would say, with the exception of table 3, which is the Stanford-owned sites, and the 2 maps following that.
The question, as council members are looking at what Ms. Eisberg has talked about, one of the commenters had spoken about Palo Alto Redwoods, and I was wondering about that change amendment to the text in the ordinance. Is that something that we would have to do a separate motion on if we want to see it move forward for exploration or discussion at a future meeting?
Yes, it would. And typically, I think when this has come up in the past, we've encouraged the applicant to file a text amendment, but the council certainly has the ability to give staff direction to pursue that. When we get that direction, as we do with any requests, we'll have a conversation with the council about its priority setting for objectives for the next year. And so we would prioritize that for the council going forward, if the council directs that.
Okay. Thank you. So any discussion on the remainder of what Ms. Iceberg said? This is just adopting this ordinance and the resolution, right? I mean,
Yes, so there's a resolution to change the land use element of the plan to reflect the permitted multifamily housing in some districts. Otherwise, I think it's mostly consistent with zoning. And the zoning ordinance changes address multifamily and commercial zoning to either increase density, height, floor area in some instances, some adjustments to parking, and that would take place in the GM ROLM areas, some of the commercial zones, and some of the multifamily zones.
thank you. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate your bringing us back to Palo Alto Redwoods. My understanding from residents is that there's sort of a zoning error there that they're just seeking to have corrected in some manner. And I appreciate that we will have an opportunity to discuss that at a later date. With regard to the housing on San Antonio in that area, the GM ROLM, I see us increasing our floor area ratio in various places from 1.25 to 1.5 or even to 2. And I'd just like to know what is preventing us from saying 3 or 4, other than outrage. I mean, you know, there are some people that don't want us to go that high, who think who feel the 50-foot height limit is sacred. But for those who are interested in building more housing, the notion of moving it to 2 versus 2.5 versus 3 versus 3.5 versus 4 must seem somewhat arbitrary. We did get to 4.1, I believe it is, at the Acclaim property. And so I'm wondering, what is it that precludes us from suggesting that we might be at 4 on some of the GM ROLM sites?
Yeah, great. Thank you for that question. So on the housing focus area, as we discussed, those are projects that are alternatives to the state density bonus law. And with these other changes that are being made, we're modifying the base zoning standards. So in the GM and the ROLM, where we're allowing 1.5 or even 2.5, state density bonus law could increase that floor area potentially up to 50%. And so developers would likely take advantage of that. They could, through that process, increase the building height beyond what is being proposed. So what we're proposing as a part of the housing element is to develop a housing incentive program that is crafted similar to the model that we have already in the code today, as well as making refinements to that program where it exists in the code today, and creating additional opportunities in the industrial area that would provide incentives that we believe would be more advantageous than state law. And that's where you would expect to see staff proposals consistent with the housing element to increase the height and floor area beyond the standards that you're considering tonight.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any more lights for questions or comments. So does anyone have a motion?
Did you want a separate motion for 1 and 2? Or does staff, or do you care?
I'm sorry, Councilman.
You want a separate motion for 1 and 2? So the comp plan versus?
No, I don't think you need a separate motion, but it should be a part of the motion.
Well, I'm happy to move the both items on the recommendations from staff.
Second.
Somebody say something?
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames seconded your motion.
Okay, great. I thought somebody was already asking me a question.
Did you want to speak to your motion?
I don't need to, thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
I don't need to either.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah. So within this proposal, which transition standard is incorporated?
Height transition standards?
Yeah, as we go to the low density housing. Adjacent to.
Yeah, so Ms. Eisberg, can you talk about so no change is being made relative to height transitions, I believe. Is that correct, Ms. Eisberg?
So this does make a change based on the Planning Commission's recommendation, which is, the way it is right now, there is a height transition for 150 feet, linear feet at a 35-foot height limit. And so this change is based on the Planning Commission's recommendation, excuse me,
I think that's for
that it would be 35 feet for the first 100 feet
Ms.
from an
Eisberg?
R1 zone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think that was for the focus area.
Oh, I apologize. Just in general, everything defers to the base density district. So if you are subject to a height transition based on the location, the proximity to a lower density district, then that continues to apply.
So the standards aren't changing as a part of the other amendments. And if you want specifics on those, we can pull those up for you.
We had one applicant who spoke about the former veterinary hospital site on the east side of El Camino and the feasibility of their project based on transition height. So I wasn't clear on whether I think they were saying that the existing height transition is a significant barrier to their project. Is that correct?
I know that it is a challenge for that site based on the conversations I've had with them. I believe the context of that communication was an interest to extend the housing focus area to the east side of El Camino, and that if you do, we would like to preserve what the staff recommendation was for transitional heights. Meaning take that housing focus area transition and apply it that same standard over on the east side of El Camino.
And we're not ready to do that extension
That's
yet.
correct. We're not doing the extension. And I'll note the council's action a moment ago retained the Planning Commission's recommendation for the first 100 feet, it's 35 feet. And for the next 50 feet, it's 45 feet.
Okay.
Mr. Argamani was arguing or requesting that not apply on the east side of El Camino.
Good. And I'll just make a couple broader comments if it's okay. One of the things that we've heard some comments and sometimes comparison to some of the other neighboring communities. But what we're really trying to address in this region and in our city is reducing the jobs housing imbalance. And we're doing that more effectively, I believe, than Mountain View and Redwood City is. They have actually in recent years exacerbated their jobs housing imbalance, whereas we, starting in 2015, pulled back on the amount of commercial office growth that can be constructed per year and began to upzone for housing. Now we've had a delay in where we've upzoned and actually seen those projects, but we now see them coming forward. So I really want to make that distinction and that in challenge housing advocates to appreciate that the issue is addressing the jobs housing balance. It is not to feed regional growth so that we are continually chasing our tails, that we keep making the matter worse by adding more housing, but adding even more office space. And the argument that the Planning Commission made is entirely appropriate on that ratio in a mixed use. You have, depending on what assumption you make, but maybe 4 office workers per 1,000 square feet and maybe 2 residents per 1,000 square feet, plus or minus. And so that's where they got this 2/3 of a project would really need to be housing in order to have that project be balanced in jobs and housing. And lastly, Councilmember Lowing was talking about kind of the feedback from the developers. And it's really true. We really have 4 big drivers that cause housing to be so expensive in the area, or I'll say 5. The zoning, which we have significantly upzoned. as have other communities. The communities have really done the most drastic upzoning for housing, and our community has in many, many decades. Adding 6,000 housing units in 8 years is a nearly 25% increase in our housing stock. This is a big transformation. And those who dismiss it and say, oh, you ought to do more and yet, or put a 30% buffer, it's just not, this is a big challenge to do this. It is going to have a very significant development and very significant impacts. But in addition to the zoning, it's material costs, which we can't do anything about. It's the land cost that right now have been moderated in their value from temporarily, but our exceptionally high land cost is a real barrier to being able to do housing. When Acclaim had a previous project proposal, they had, in a discussion I had with them, they had said, our colleagues in the development field are laughing at how much we're paying for, they call it per door, regardless of the density and the housing size. They said nobody pays that much per door for the land. That's how expensive Palo Alto land is. And they thought they could make a go of it nevertheless. This on a previous project. But then the last one is interest rates. And the current interest rates, for as long as they stay near the current level, are a huge encumbrance on housing actually getting built in our region. We have housing in the pipeline in different cities. Those projects that already have financing, they're moving forward. But we are likely to see, as a region, a significant downturn for the next couple of years of new projects breaking ground until interest rates come back, not to where they were, but just off of this very high level. And that hasn't been widely recognized. There's nothing, the state won't recognize any changes in demand in any way or those cost differences, but they're real. And I just want to get them on the table so that nobody's surprised in the next couple of years if we see that the market is not responding not only here, but elsewhere to the degree that the upzoning had incentivized. It would if the interest rates are there. And on this labor part, I think that is the one aspect of our housing costs other than zoning that can and must be addressed, and that can actually, we can have an impact. Whether it is the labor force for electrification and this drastic transformation we'll have in the next 2 decades here and throughout the state and the country, or for transportation and the incredible and other civil engineering work where the BART extension went up another 25%. The Anderson Dam replacement was announced up 50, doubling again, announced today. And much of this is related to a severe labor shortage that also, and probably most significantly, applies to people working in construction, which is now transitioning in our region to predominantly housing construction, and that's driving up the costs. The state is setting mandates. We have both state mandates on housing. We have state goals on decarbonization and electrification. We have our own goals on that. We have regional transportation projects. All of those critical directions are being jeopardized by this trade labor workforce shortage. And because our housing is already so high, it is very difficult to certainly attract people in the trades to come here. It's even difficult to retain them. And if we don't have at the state level a really focused program to invest in development of trades that will be locally focused and provide really great paying jobs that provide the equity that people in our more modest income communities who have been getting driven out of our region would be able to stay in our region with good paying jobs, stay with their families and their communities. If we don't do that, all of these areas are really in jeopardy. And I just want to bring it to everybody's attention. I think it's the area that our entire region is being jeopardized by not recognizing this problem and starting from where we would need and planning backwards to what we need to invest and develop in today as soon as possible in order to be able to attempt to meet those needs. If we don't do it, we're all setting a bunch of goals and mandates, and I don't think we're going to be able to achieve them if we don't close this problem. So that's the end of my speech.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. Councilmember Vinker.
I get to follow that. Well, first, I want to thank my colleagues and staff for navigating around the segmentation of this issue. I know it's not always easy to do that, but appreciate that accommodation. Second, I just want to say a +1 to that, Councilmember Burt. Thank you for your focus on labor, and thank you, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, for bringing up the prevailing wage issue earlier in the evening. I agree with both of you on that. So earlier, I mentioned the non-vacant sites analysis that I had kind of pushed on it before, and was under the impression that progress had been made. And then there was a public speaker who seemed to question some of that, at least in part. And I just was wondering, Director Late, if you had some response that you wanted to make to that point.
So yeah, that is part of the housing element update. And we have made a number of changes to the site inventory as we reported to the council, I think in early October. We removed hundreds of units from our site. We've identified some other locations. And I'll note that our numbers are very conservative when it comes to the number of units that we are projecting on any given development site. And that's intentional because we don't want to overcommit to certain areas being developed. So we will have more sites identified because we're being conservative in our density projection. That said, while we've responded to many comments that have come in about the housing site inventory, we don't agree with some of the commenters that some of the sites are infeasible, consistent with the state's standard for how you determine feasibility or suitability. And so that's just an area where reasonable folks disagree.
Well, thank you for that, because I do think that's an important aspect for our next submission. So appreciate your attention to that. And I just want to comment that it's interesting to be back there watching what's going on out here when you're used to sitting here. And I got a different view of it. And I just want to say that, this is a happy night. We have more work to do, but if we can keep working together as we've been doing tonight with staff and our ad hoc and council, we're going to get this done. We're going to spur housing production and we'll get this passed tonight, move on to getting our housing element certified, and just really appreciate the creativity that's gone into some of these programs and revisions and amendments. And I, look forward to seeing us live into it. I hope we can address all the aspects and issues that Councilmember Burt raised. It's not a simple task, but it's a critical one for our community. And I think it's actually one that will enhance our community substantially when we get these new units built. People are worried it'll have some harmful effect. I think we're actually going to be really proud when we see these new units up and around. And hopefully it'll contribute to our economic development as new residents come and, shop in our business districts. So in short, thank you. And I will be supporting this motion. And hopefully when it gets incorporated into our housing element, HCD will be as pleased with it as I am. Thank you.
So I don't see any more lights, but I'd like to ask the maker and the seconder if they'll consider adding item number 3, point number 3, that staff review proposed amendments to PAMC section 18.16.040B, which is the item that on the Redwood residences that public commenter made about protecting residential uses from the impacts of late night activities, and to PAMC section 18.6.060. Reading the right one here. Let me see here. Yeah, it is. But basically what Ms. Christy Swanson talked about.
Counselor, do you want this in this motion, or does that need to be a separate motion?
Um,
I'm not sure planning cares, but
Well, let's see what Director Late says and what the city attorney says.
Yeah. Director Late.
Yep.
Would you prefer this be in this motion or a separate motion, or do you particularly care?
That is up to the council's discretion. And I'll just note that this is also in reference to a letter dated November 7, 2023 from Christy Bascom.
Rashid Mahaley and Weinberger.
Yep.
Yes, I read that letter and was going to try to find a place to add this as well. So I'm glad you brought it up, Mayor, and happy to have it here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Seconder?
My only hesitation, and generally being in favor of this, I know that their original request was to be appropriately rezoned from commercial to residential and thus gain the protections that come with being zoned residential. And what they seem to be shifting now to is to changing the language of the code to say, if you are up against something that is in effect residential, even if not zoned residential use if not zoned, that certain protections should apply. So I think I would prefer a broader direction that staff review the Palo Alto Redwoods HOA zoning designation to determine if it is accurately zoned, and if not, then to propose these amendments that impact residential use as opposed to residentially zoned properties.
I thought Director Late referencing of the letter was so we could track it via the letter. I think that might obviate some of your concerns.
Okay.
So Clerk, can we add as described in the November 7, 2023 letter from Christy Bascom, BASCOM. And as Christy has a I at the end. And then, as I mentioned earlier, when we have when you have your council priority setting, we will include this on our list of things for the council to give us direction to pursue.
Well, thank you for accepting it. And I'd actually like to separate that one, number 3, for voting from number 1 and 2.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
On 1 and 2, no.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Oh, are we gonna vote on 3 or?
Oh, sure. Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And this concludes item number 9. I want to thank everybody for being here and for all the work that has been done in order to get us here. And with that, it is 10:03. And we have item number 10, which is about 575 Los Trancos and their plans or amended plans. So I want to ask council members if we'd like to continue on, or is this deferred, continued? Can I see a nod? Go for it. Okay, go for it. All right, we have go for it. So thank you.
Council members, we noticed that we had some plans still in our office, hard copy plans. You maybe had the electronic version, so I'll come up and pass those around. Okay, so Mayor and City Council, thank you. We'll start this item. I want to introduce Emily Callis, our planner with the Planning Department.
Hi, good evening, Council. We can move on to the next slide, please. So this project, as you are aware, is for a site and design single-family house and accessory dwelling unit on a 5.38 acre vacant property on the Los Trancos Creek and near the city limits. Next slide. We can go to the next slide. In terms of project timeline, the initial submittal was received by the Planning Department in July of 2021. The first Planning and Transportation Commission hearing was in August of last year, and the first council hearing was in January of this year. The plans were revised per council feedback and returned to the Planning Commission. And that Planning Commission meeting was in August, and then tonight it is before council again. At the PTC meeting in August, the recommendation was for approval, but pulled out the pool location, and that was neither supported nor opposed. and the PTC recommended changes to the conditions of approval, which have been incorporated into conditions number 7 and 8. Next slide. The next several slides go one by one through council's previous comments and how they were addressed. The first was to have effectively a 50-foot setback from the top of bank of the Los Trancos Creek. The building wall setbacks were modified, and the building was moved back to be between 49 feet at a corner to about 100 feet. Some roof overhangs do encroach into the 50-foot setback up to 3 feet. Additionally, the pool setback varies from 32 feet 8 inches to 51 feet 1 inch, which was modified since the Planning Commission viewed the plans. It's been moved about 4 feet away from the creek. Next. This diagram shows the pool location and the way that the top of bank is kind of at an angle compared to the proposed pool location. This diagram is also, I believe, on the last or second to last page of the plans that we handed you. Next slide. The next comment was regarding bird safe glass and a recommendation to achieve an American Bird Conservancy threat factor rating of 15. And so most non-egress windows have been reduced in size. They're behind wood slat screens that have a threat rating of 25, or they're under a deep roof overhang or shaded by mature trees. Additionally, per Councilor or PTC's recommendation, the plans have been analyzed to make sure that the building isn't directly see-through to birds, that even if you can see through a window, you can see a wall beyond that. Although this is less than the requested threat rating factor of 15, a rating of 25 reduces bird strikes by 50%. Additionally, there is no city code that regulates or requires bird safe glass, though staff is working on developing those requirements. Next slide. The next comment was regarding fencing. And so no fencing is proposed for the majority of the site. A 55-foot long wall near the entrance to the house will block vehicle headlights facing towards the creek. Additionally, there was a comment regarding the pool and pool safety for amphibians and reptiles that may live near the creek. And so there is an automatic safety cover proposed to meet the requirements of the Pool Safety Act. This afternoon, we received an additional comment letter from Mid-Penn Open Space District requesting that there should be additional fencing to further protect small amphibians and reptiles. And so we would recommend adding a condition of approval to the motion that requires a fence around the pool with some type of solid material on the bottom portion of the fence to protect amphibians. The letter called out salamanders. Next, please. The next comment was regarding minimizing nighttime lighting along the corridor area, and with the particular color temperature of 2700 Kelvin or less and a time limit of 11 p.m. This comment has been adopted directly into condition number 10. Next slide. Briefly, the environmental review has been completed. An initial study mitigated negative declaration was prepared and circulated around the time of the prior original PTC hearing in 2022. After comments were received from that circulation period, it was updated to incorporate some of those comments, but no major changes were made. Next slide. The recommendation from staff is to approve the final mitigated negative declaration and mitigated monitoring and reporting plan, and to recommend approval of the proposed site and design review per the conditions of approval with the addition of the condition for pool fencing. And that concludes my presentation. I believe we also have Oh, yes, we have Commissioner Aiken from the Planning and Transportation Commission. We also on Zoom should still have the RINCON consultants who prepared the environmental document. Thank you.
I'll just note the commissioners here to answer any questions the commission may have. No presentation.
Okay, and Councilmember Lowing, you have a disclosure?
Yes, in January, when this issue came to council, I was requested by the city attorney to recuse because I had seen the project originally on the planning commission. This project now is really completely different, not materially even close. And given it's a new project, I'm considering it with an open mind in light of all the material on the record. I don't need to recuse this time on advice of city attorney.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowing. Is there a presentation from the applicant or anything like that? Okay. And how many minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Thank you.
I'm allowed to share my screen? Oh, is it okay if I share my screen? I have a more detailed version that I did with our presentation tonight, if that's all right. Oh, okay. Okay, great. Okay, on behalf of the owners and myself, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to represent our single family home on Los Trancos this evening. I know it's getting late, so thanks for your time. Our project's obviously a lot smaller than the previous one, but we're glad to be here still. Since we last had the opportunity to come before the council about a year ago in January, our team has worked extensively to carefully redesign the project to incorporate the council's comments and feedbacks, of course. Working in close collaboration with the planning and fire, we've been working on the project for about 3 years now. And from the very outset, we've always strived to pay great attention and follow all the city planning guidelines and requirements throughout the process. So with staff support, we were fortunate to receive a 4-1 PTC last year, and then recently, a couple months ago, with our redesigned project, I think we received a 5-1 vote to continue. And so we are very grateful, very thankful to have the opportunity to come before council again tonight, where we've worked hard to redesign the project based on the comments from last January. These obviously include pulling the home way back to achieve the 50-foot setback, removing all fencing and providing pool-safe design and safety cover that doesn't impede with wildlife crossing, taking an integrated approach to bird safety and providing bird safety strategies throughout, including extensive use of wood slat screens, broad roof overhangs, trellises, deep recesses, and articulated building geometry that's really built into the design of the project. And also, of course, to minimize nighttime lighting by not only pulling the home much farther away from the creek, but also utilizing much more blank and solid walls where it comes closest, light screens, and reducing light strategies as well. I thought it might be helpful just to very quickly go through again. Our site is a 5-acre site, deferential to the overall surroundings. We're really utilizing and taking to heart a lot of the open space development principles, clustering development in this localized natural clearing. The site is hidden from view. Dense groves of oaks surround all around. As you can see from Los Trancos and the surrounding areas, the site is fully largely concealed by existing trees. In terms of our design, even in the first round and even more so now, we're trying to decompose the house into smaller volumes, really make it feather in with the surrounding landscape. We're using low, flat, terraced roofs to keep height and bulk to a minimum. And most of our house is actually below the elevation of Los Trancos, as there's a slight slope and we're below the street level. We're using natural materials that echo the natural oak forest, and we're proposing to keep all the existing oak trees around. We're only proposing to remove 5 trees, 2 of which are dead, 3 of which are non-native. We're working with a great landscape designer for a light touch landscape, utilizing California and local native plants. The immediate neighbors seem to be very supportive, and we have a support letter from our closest neighbor to the north, 805 Los Trencos. Kind of moving along. But to get more specific about what has changed from the last council meeting, I wanted to go in a little more detail. The home setback was obviously one of extended discussion. We've of course worked very hard to pull the home dramatically in. This necessitated redesigning almost the entire portion of the home or the northern portion of the home, but we were able to do it, and we're excited about the new design. The orange outline that you see on the screen is our previous design. And as you can see, that worked towards the 20-foot open space setback that was codified and that that was relayed to us. The dark blue is the location of the creek itself. The light blue is the top of bank where the grade breaks. And then the light cyan color was the old 20-foot setback. With our new design, if you can see the green, we've pulled the building way back. We now have 50 feet from the top of bank. And if you consider that there's another 20 feet to the seasonal creek itself, it's about 70 feet from the seasonal creek, which is dry most of the year, wet during heavy rains. In redesigning the home, we've also reduced the overall home area and the footprint, and we've reduced impervious area by almost 2,000 square feet. In terms of nighttime lighting, pulling the home way back obviously has a huge benefit. But beyond that, we've also incorporated a lot of solid walls along this edge to the greatest extent possible to minimize light spill and incidental light from reaching the creek area as well. Additionally, at the auto court, we've designed in a light screen that helps shield any incidental light from the auto court, as well as just natural entry lights, which is required by code for safety for the occupants. In terms of the pool location, we've obviously removed all the fencing and provided a pool safe cover to not impede any wildlife. But beyond that, since the last council meeting, we've worked to reduce the previous pool extent, which is along the dark blue, and we minimized it to now where the light blue is, which is a 40. With this new pool location, we're providing a 42-foot average setback to the top of the grade break, top of the bank, and approximately 50 feet from the seasonal creek itself. While this wasn't a specific requirement or part of the motion, I believe, from the last council meeting, we're really trying our best to maximize the setback for the pool element as well. I think in the last PTC meeting, the fire department confirmed that a pool is not a structure in their eyes, more like a landscape element. And so I believe the original 50 feet from the last council meeting was the addition of a 30-foot defensible space and a 20-foot top of bank setback. And so since the pool is actually a asset in a defensible space as a fire break, we believe this still meets that rationale, which was the 50-foot rationale that was applied to the building itself. In terms of bird safe design, we really tried to take a careful and integrated approach in providing bird safe design throughout the project. We use a variety of strategies. I think most effective is using a solid wall where it counts the most in the closest proximity to the creek. But beyond that, I don't know if you can see, but we've highlighted, there's some dashed green lines and blue lines here. These are all the different areas where we've deployed bird safe strategies of different kinds, ranging from slat screens to very broad roof overhangs, trellis overhangs, deep recesses and sidewalls, articulated building geometries to help promote bird safety and to mitigate any bird strikes. We've also introduced, as I think Emily mentioned, fixed slat screens. The American Bird Conservancy actually has a prescriptive rating of 5 for this, which is a very low threat factor. One of the best strategies I think we could find throughout. And so we've adopted this in many areas of the project, and we've incorporated more than 200 lineal feet of these slats to try to help with the supporting, bird safe design. With these integrated and combined strategies, we really hope to fold in strategies that are in keeping with a smaller residential project. We know a lot of bird-safe glazing is used in larger commercial skyscraper-oriented projects or just larger commercial projects with unmitigated large stretches of curtain wall glazing. But with our articulated geometry at the residential scale, we're really trying to find nuanced approaches to integrate it and to keep the architecture in keeping with many of the surrounding homes, actually, which are near the creek and which we presume have less bird-safe measures or possibly even no bird-safe measures compared to ours. And so in conclusion, at every step of the way, it's been a long journey, but at every step of the way, we tried our very best to do everything we can to carefully comply with all the zoning, planning, fire, and council recommendations and guidelines. We still hope that our redesigned home continues to preserve the natural context all around, and we hope and envision that this home will really add to the community on Los Trancos and be in keeping with the greenery and the natural beauty in the area. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, do we have to do any ex parte disclosures?
Yes, if you have any.
Anybody have any?
I had discussion with Shawnee Kleinhaus representing the Audubon Society. And I don't believe any additional information is not in the staff report.
Thank you.
Was provided.
Okay, I think that's about it. Thank you very much. All right. Any technical questions for staff, Commissioner Akins or applicant? No? I think yes. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So one question is on the council motion that asks that the project design provide for approximate 50-foot setback. Did staff interpret that to include the pool as part of the project?
So, Councilmember, I'm not sure that was the understanding going through the review of the Planning and Transportation Commission. Subsequent to that, there was a staff dialogue about applicability of the council motion relative to the pool. And that's when we had a conversation with the applicant where I believe they responded with additional setbacks from the creek.
So you're saying that before or when it went to the Planning Commission, that was not necessarily how staff had interpreted?
I don't believe it was specifically identified in that context, but I do know that the Planning and Transportation Commission did discuss the pool at length and were split, or there was some recommendation either to not make a recommendation or.
My recollection of the council motion, which I think I moved, but I'm not sure. It's been a while. I didn't go back. I had wanted to actually go back and review the tape on this to see if there was clarification, but my recollection was that the pool was part of the project. It's part of the construction. It's just part of the project. And so that's, I'll reserve the balance for comments. And then I just want to make sure I understood on the well, birds safe glass. Can staff comment on the difference between what the motion it asked was bird safe glass on all glass surfaces versus what the project is proposing, and any thoughts on that?
So as the architect discussed, there are a variety of bird safe approaches being used. Part of why staff potentially hesitated to enforce the 15 is as we reviewed what the American Bird Conservancy published. There were very clear explanations of what qualified as the threat rating of 20 and of 25, and that was included. There was a link to it in the staff report. 15 was not as clearly defined. There are options on the American Bird Conservancy website of materials that meet that, but it would be limited to just what is on that website. And then additionally, the consideration that this is a single family house and more intense bird safety measures are more typically associated with, again, larger office buildings and things with wider expanses of glass than what's being proposed here.
Well, I want to make sure I understand that. So I'm not familiar with those standards. And so I don't know how to really apply that. The council's motion really didn't say we want bird safe glass unless you deem that's something that's normally done on commercial. I mean, we didn't specify what that meant, but we set that standard for this project in our motion. So I'm still wanting to, because we had put in there this threat factor rating, but we on the council, I think, we're not versed on what that exactly would entail. So I'm still open to understanding, other than I don't find the argument that we don't normally set high standards on single family residences. This is immediately adjacent to the riparian corridor. The argument that the applicant made that, well, other neighbors don't have that. We've been in evolving appreciation of critical issues, whether it's climate change, whether it is criticality of protecting our limited and most biodiverse sectors of our natural habitat, which is the riparian corridor. I've said this before, but we really need to recognize how critical riparian corridors are to our natural habitat. And so that was the thrust of the council motion. So I'm still trying to understand why we simply wouldn't go forward with that recommendation that was in the motion.
So I'll just respond by saying what I understand is that there's actually not a lot of great guidance on a threat factor 15 and what that means for a residential project. And so in the absence of that, we turned to the sources that were available to us, and those sources focused in on 20 and 25 as standards. And so we gravitated to that to have something to convey to the applicant as far as things that we think would be, providing that bird safety. In addition to that, they made a number of changes relative to the window placement you saw in the staff report. The windows facing the creek, moving light sources more interior to the building, the wood slats, and some other mechanisms which we may not have direct control over, such as blinds and shading and things like that, which we don't count because we can't enforce that. And we presented that to the Planning and Transportation Commission, and they discussed it at length. And the conclusion was that the measures that the applicant took were sufficient to significantly reduce the risk to bird safety.
And I'm on the slats. Do they are they at the height of the windows or just at closer to ground level?
They cover the entire windows where they're deployed. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm not supposed to.
Sorry. We may need to turn to you, but it has to go through the chair to do that. Yes.
But yes, that is the correct answer. They are exterior fixed to the building surface and cover the entire window.
Thank you.
I don't see any light, so I have a question. On the guardrails, are they still glass? According to the drawings that we just received, think it's A0.5. And I still see that there's a photo here of the clear glass guardrails decking with natural wood appearance. So would those be considered as bird safe? if- Sure, please do.
I might be able to answer that. I think that image on A05 is probably legacy. It's not updated. We're not proposing glass at the guardrail. We have very limited guardrails. I think only in one balcony, but we're using metal stanchions instead to deter bird safety or to deter bird collisions and promote bird safety.
But is there a large portion of glass there?
No, it's very small. If you're talking about the guardrail, right?
Guardrail.
Yeah.
So
Over by
that
the
is an
balcony.
illustrative materials kind of concept. That particular image isn't, part of like a rendering or formal architectural portion of the plans.
Okay, I just thought that perhaps that it was. So I do have Councilmember Burt's concerns, basically, in regards to the motion that we had given, which Councilmember Burt moved and I seconded, that it says effective bird safe glazing treatment of all glass surfaces. And yes, achieving the American Bird Conservancy threat factor rating of 15. So is on this here, one, we said all glass surfaces, right? But also I want to understand that factor rating, the lower it is, the less threatening to birds.
Correct. A lower rating represents a surface birds would be less attracted to.
So right now, if I read this correctly, it's at 5 or 8, based on what?
To actually
So-
have a rating of.
So it's my understanding that in order to be it needs to form a grid. So there's vertical and horizontal components. And because these are vertical slats that don't have horizontal slats between them, it would be the 25 rating.
Okay, because it doesn't have the slats in between them.
Because the slats are arranged
wider
vertically rather than having crisscross.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. And then on the overhang over the pool, what are some of the impacts that could impact the creek bed or bank with runoff?
You're referring to the overhead projections that go into that 50-foot area?
Mhm.
Yeah, we don't believe that there's any substantive implication to the creek bank relative to those upper level projections. And it's like 3 feet, I think.
And where does runoff go to?
Runoff has to be designed in a way that meets the city standards for runoff, and including how it gets captured and on site.
So how is it designed by the city and where is it captured?
So I'm not
So I'll go
familiar with the, public works requirements for drainage. We have those. It's reviewed during the plan review process. Perhaps the applicant could speak to it.
Thank you, please.
Yeah, so as the staff mentioned, the runoff is not going into the creek. It's actually reverse flowing back away from the creek into designated roof drains that we've designed with our civil engineer. And those will be channeled into, properly designed stormwater treatment facilities before they're eventually percolated and released onto the natural site.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
mean, I do want to say, thank you for all the work that was done, in terms of setting it back further and achieving as much as possible the 50-foot from the bank of the creek. I do still have some concerns about the pool, which does not achieve the 50-foot, even though I understand that there is attempt to separate the pool from the house itself, but there is structure there. So I just have a few concerns there. With that, I will go to Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, thanks. Could I address a couple of questions to Commissioner Aiken?
Certainly.
Thanks for hanging in here with us, Commissioner. I wanted to ask questions about the deliberation at PTC on the last round on the pool situation.
Yes.
Because you came back with basically a no recommendation, which signifies to me that you were kind of okay with the pool where it is.
Yeah, we weren't able to achieve a real consensus, but remember that one of the concerns we were dealing with was, does the pool constitute a structure as far as the code is concerned? And that was resolved. We never got a chance to review after that resolution came through.
It was resolved in how? In what regard?
That the pool is not considered a structure as far as the setback requirements in the code are concerned.
Was that the applicant's reference to the fire department saying it was landscaping?
That's part of the discussion, yes.
Okay. And the applicant also said it's 50 feet from the seasonal creek, but not from the top of the creek bed, basically.
Yeah, there was debate about that as well. Whether there is any part of the pool structure which might be within that 50 feet, or, for example, you're going to excavate a hole for the pool and line it with some structure. Does that structure constitute something within the setback? And that was eventually resolved as well.
As a note that's still not structure because it's underground.
And it was appropriately located with respect to the top of the bank.
Okay, it sounds like that was very well researched and vetted at PTC. Typical good work out of PTC. I could see that, but
well, we have to credit planning and the applicant, because everyone was making a substantial effort to address the concerns that were raised.
Yeah, and the related one on that is that I think the original motion asked the pool to be covered and fenced, and that's not how it came back. I'm actually surprised that you need a fence in addition to a cover, because if you can walk on the cover, it seems like that would keep out the amphibians. So was that dual structure also debated?
That was also discussed. I would have to go back and look at the notes, but my recollection is that the standards that were described to us, so that the pool cover was sufficient to make sure that none of the wildlife would drown.
Yeah.
And that was the major concern.
Yeah.
Therefore, when we reviewed it, there was no need for a fence identified.
Yeah, some of these, a kid can walk on it and an amphibian can't get in it. So I'm surprised that we're now considering also the requirement of a fence.
So my understanding on this, and it came after the packet was published, is that while there are opportunities in the building code to have a pool without a fence, if you meet certain criteria, locally, we have a requirement that requires a fence, even if you would otherwise meet the requirements to not need one. So we have a local Palo Alto requirement for that. Secondly, we got a note today from Midpen advocating for a fence with some base that would discourage salamanders from making its way to the pool as a reverse from their original, I believe, perspective on that. And now also asking for a fence. So we have the local standard that requires it. We have to do it.
Is it permanent? A permanent fence?
Yes.
Because some people have temporary fences to put up to keep the little kids out, except when little kids are there playing in the pool. So
yeah, no, there are,
I don't know that I want to get into what's permanent
That's right.
anymore.
That's
but-
fine. That's fine. No, that's fine.
But a
Okay.
fence is required. A fixed fence is required, whether it has some retractable components of it. I don't know.
Okay, that's sufficient. And I appreciate the comments from the commission, from Commissioner Aiken. I think PTC seems to have vetted this pretty well, and they're getting statements that the pool is not a structure. So I'm not sure it's violating the intent of the council's original motion. And similarly with the bird glass situation, it seems like there was a lot of research done to the extent possible, as Director Late said. So it seems like that's probably about as good as we're going to get. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Councilmember, allowing for doing my work. These were some of the similar thoughts and questions I had. I also want to thank the PTC for looking into this so deeply, and I want to thank applicant for continuing to strive to make amendments and meet our criteria. And I do think this is a tough one. I mean, it's is it a structure? Isn't it? What 50 feet from exactly what? I also share the concern that when I was in the back room, I heard Mayor Koo articulate about the fact that we haven't had our riparian creek setbacks come back. And I've asked several times since January about that. And I know that there's so much to do in the planning department. I appreciate that. But, I read in our packet tonight that where are we? Staff is working on securing a consultant. I really, really, really hope that can go fairly quickly. I know your plate is full, but I hope the consultant can also, this seems to be a pretty narrow project. So I'm hoping they can do this in a few months and not, deep into 2024, just so that we can provide certainty to applicants and PTC, and we don't have to take so much time on future projects on the setback. It is a difficult issue here. I do think that there was an intent to comply. I think there was probably some ambiguity around whether or not the pool was included as the project because of whether or not it's a structure. Is that part of the project or not? I'm content now with where we are, although I'm really eager to set some clearer standards. And so I think at this point, yeah, same thing. I went back and obviously I couldn't watch the video sitting up here, but I went through the detailed minutes to see if I could find out more about where we got the 15 from and the bird safe glass. And I honestly couldn't find it. I don't remember being aware of the difference between 15 and 20. And I think there were some good faith efforts there as well. So I'm pretty comfortable with where we are now. Although it's not an easy call, it's not a completely clear call to me, but net, I think it weighs out that we're there. Thank you.
I just want to remind that we haven't taken public comments yet, so let's keep it to questions. No worries. Councilmember Tanaka?
No questions. I was ready to go to the next step.
All right, we'll go to public comments before we come to Councilmember Burt.
No hands are raised and we have no requests to speak for item 10.
I'm sorry, how many? None.
None.
Oh,
I was
thought
just reading
there's
action item 10, but no requests to speak.
No request to speak. Okay. Wow. There is.
Sorry,
one.
Madam Mayor. Never mind. Someone raised their hand and then never mind. She raised it again. Shawnee Kleinhaus, I believe, is requesting to speak. One moment.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and council members. My name is Shawnee Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for Audubon Society, and tonight I also speak for the Sierra Club. It's a little disappointing to hear some of you already deciding, given that this is a riparian corridor of a really critical, with a lot of endangered species. And the reason to ask for 50 feet was really to protect the riparian corridor, and your motion was to, the 50 feet was for the project, not did not distinguish the pool from the buildings. It was for the project to be 50 feet from the creek. And it's important, you know, in the county looks at 150 feet. The city of San Jose looks at 100 feet from the riparian corridor, which is, the pool is only like 20 feet from the riparian corridor. In downtown San Jose, they ask for 30 feet. So how would Palo Alto, in our most precious areas in the foothills, look at less than 50 feet? It just seems to me that there is something, this whole discussion of, oh, it's a structure, it's not a structure. The pool will attract a lot of those species. It was discussed in the mitigated negative declaration. There were letters from Sierra Club and Audubon. There was a letter from Midpen that counted all these species, including California giant salamanders, Santa Cruz black salamander, western pond turtle, California red-legged frog, and San Francisco garter snake. All of those can fall into the pool, and cover is good, but it's not necessarily enough. And that's what was, especially if it's lit at night. I understand the bird safety measures and lighting measures. Obviously, they did a lot of work to try and achieve good outcomes. But the pool, there's 5 acres. Does it have to be so close to the creek? And I ask you to actually ask for the pool also to be at least 50 feet from the riparian corridor even, and not just from the top of the bank. It is, you know, it's the second time that riparian corridors came up tonight. And the city needs to take action quickly because we're losing really important wildlife resources. And Palo Alto prides itself on its nature, its trees, its biodiversity, the fact that we kept areas and ecosystems that other cities did not. But this is the kind of project that really can have a huge impact to that location and degrade animal movements along the creek and entrap some little critters that live there and attracted to water. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on item 10.
Thank you. Councilmember Byrd.
So I guess I need to go back to what now I'm confused after Mr. Aiken said that that the clarification that the PTC had subsequently got was that the pool was not being treated as part of the project. But I thought, Director Late, that you had said that subsequent to PTC, it was thought of that way. Or
yeah, so I'm not aware of the discussion about structure or not a structure, and I frankly don't think it is too relevant to the council's deliberation on the project. You're evaluating a new home, and that includes the accessory components, including the pool, under the site design standards and the findings that are there. That said, the PTC did have a conversation about whether the pool should be set back 50 feet or not from the creek. They had a 3-3, or they weren't able to get to a decision on that. So
okay,
it comes to you now for consideration.
So I would just say that a pool is really contrary to the concept of protection of the riparian corridor. There's no way on God's green earth that is what we have intended when we talk about a riparian corridor protection, that you can place a pool in the middle of it. It doesn't hold water, so to speak. Second, a question. Now, I want to make sure on the vertical slats that are basically the bird safe protection. Is that on all the way around the building, on all the windows, or just on one side?
The elevations in the plan set show which windows it is and is not a part of. As the applicant showed in the diagram, different windows do use different approaches. Not every window has the slats.
But so there is bird safe protection around all windows, even though if it may be different forms? Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Well, yeah, I think all but maybe a couple of emergency egress windows.
Okay. Okay. Great. Well, I think we're good there. And then lastly, the recommendation that we have from MidPen for a modest fencing for small animals around the pool, I think is entirely appropriate. We don't want to have that be an attraction for wildlife. And the pool won't always be covered. I think it's entirely appropriate that we have a low fence around the pool. Remember, this is a development in a very environmentally sensitive area. We're not out of line for a large parcel to ask that they abide by those principles. So let me ask, in terms of a motion, if we want to, the fence seems simple. The only thing that would be complex is just if we want to state that we approve the project contingent on the pool not protruding into the 50-foot setback. That I don't know how the applicant would respond on the pool placement, but in terms of being able to move the project forward, could we make a motion that would enable staff to approve a relocated pool, or would it have to go through process again if we want to include that provision?
That could be included as a condition. It may result in changes to the building footprint. I don't know. To the extent that it does, presumably you'd give staff the latitude to make those revisions, provided it respected the 50-foot setback and the bird safety protection similar to what's being contemplated here.
Okay, I'm going to be comfortable with wanting to allow the project to move forward, but with that additional condition. So I would, if it's all right, I'll make a motion.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll move the staff recommendation with two additional conditions. One, that there be a low fence, approximately 2 feet, to circumventing the pool. And second, that the pool location be adjusted to approximately 50 feet setback from the riparian corridor, subject to staff approval. How should I word that, Director Late?
Yeah, and so not to add another term, but I think top of bank is how we've been doing setback. So what I'm hearing is that you would like the pool to be set back approximately 50 feet from top of bank.
And subject to staff?
Subject to staff, yeah, subject to review by the Director of Planning Development Services. And we can leave it at that. I will note on the first part of your motion for the building code, I think we need a 5-foot fence. So that would be the standard that we would have to do locally based on our building code.
So we actually need that for the building code?
Yep.
Okay, so I would just say a fence consistent with the building code. And then, if we have a second, I'll just have a brief comment.
I'll second.
Okay. And so I want to I do want to acknowledge that the applicant has made a number of adjustments, and I think we've really moved this in the right direction. These two that are added in the motion, I think, are important, but the way that we framed it, it allows the applicant to just make these adjustments, go forward, and not have to go through the process anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. And I concur with what Councilmember Burt said. And, we are in the open space district. And so, be it residential or commercial, it is a sensitive area. And I do, appreciate what the applicant has done so far in terms of working with us and being sensitive to this area. I do want to say that this is a project, so it is the entire project. It's not anytime, I really do not think that the swimming pool should be separated from the house or the ADU. I mean, so they're all one part of the project. It even says so in number 2, approve the proposed project based on findings. So, let's keep it that way. And on top of that, when this first came to council, it was not separated as a pool, which is separate from the house. So I just want to reiterate that. And then in the mid-pen letter, it does state 18 to 24 height with an overhanging lip facing the creek. Is that something that is in our fence code?
So that would be the solid portion of the fence that would be recommended to protect against potential salamanders. It would be like a base to the 5-foot fence.
And so those things, the salamanders would not be able to go over.
That's the
based
intent.
on what you have just described, right?
Well, that's based on the letter received
letter.
from MidPen, not, yeah.
Okay. So in case the structure itself, the house structure there's any changes, please understand that the 50-foot from the bank is very, very important. Okay. I see lights. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. No, I put on my light before Councilmember Burt put out the motion. I'm fully aligned with this motion. My objection was regarding the pool location within the 50 feet. So I'm glad that's been resolved. I had some concerns about the bird safe glass, but I think there was a good faith effort, and I'm comfortable with it now. And I mean, looking at the design, I think there are opportunities to be able to move the pool, especially the unique location of this property and already the privacy of this location. I think the applicant can be creative in how they move the pool if that's of value. So appreciate the motion. I'll support it.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if we could hear from the applicant in terms of your thoughts of this motion and in regards to the poll. I know you guys have did a lot to try to meet all the different requirements, and it's a tough property. So I don't know if you could maybe just give your thoughts about 3 and 4 here.
Yeah, so we certainly appreciate all the good feedback from everyone. I think probably from our end, from staff, probably as illustrated from the PTC, we did our best faith effort to try to do what we can at the pool. Honestly, I do think there was a little bit of confusion on, I think for many people a little bit, about the interpretation of the pool location and whether that was part of the project or whether that was part of the structure or building. So regardless, we tried to pull the pool back farther from when we first proposed, but we understand the concerns and we're confident that we could find a solution based on the motion here to pull back and try our best not to affect the building footprint.
Okay, that sounds great. Yeah, and thanks to the PTC for their work on this as well. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Venker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. Councilmember Tanaka pretty much asked my question. I'm just curious though, where from what I read in the staff report about where the pool had been moved back to, and then what I saw on your slides, where is it now?
It's on average, it's 42 feet back from the top of bank.
Okay.
The minimum point would be 32 feet, which is still greater than the 20-foot setback required from the open space requirements initially. I know that's no longer relevant, but we were 12 feet more than the prescriptive requirement when we started the project. And then the maximum point is 50 plus feet, and it's a straight line angle. So the average is
gotcha.
42 feet.
Okay, but I believe I just heard you say that you could work with the 50-foot setback. And I also, note that the fence, which I support, I read the Mid-Penn letter as well with the lip, and I hear about our code and how we need to have that. That adds structure in this area, so it kind of, exacerbates things a little bit. So
I think
anyway.
not having the fence was one of the original requests from, I think, the Audubon and the various societies. So we just tried to comply as best we can. Yeah.
I recall that we didn't want the fence so there could be wildlife migration. Now we want the fence so we don't have
crossing the clearing, and so we just tried our best.
Got it. Okay, but it sounds like we're aligned at this point, and you can make this work. And that was why I put on my light to ask those questions. So thank you, Councilmember Tanaka, and thank you, applicant.
All right. I don't see any other lights.
So Mayor, I'm sorry, just we're gonna send some language to the clerk for item number 3, just to add some additional clarity as to what we're looking for there. So if you can just give us a minute to update that.
Certainly.
There it is.
To prevent wildlife, I think a lot of it has concern with small wildlife. I don't know if that's necessary.
Little critters. We could add little critters.
Little wildlife critters.
Furry or otherwise.
No, they're a lot bigger. Okay. As long as we understand each other. All right.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Why, yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Vinker.
Why, yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Mayor Koo.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. This concludes item number 10, and we have public comments on items not on the agenda.
Thank you.
Our first speaker is Tim P.
Good evening. It's been a long 5 hours out there sitting waiting for this 3-minute talk. Yeah. Greetings, Mayor Koo, council members, City of Palo Alto residents, and Santa Clara County residents. It's been a long night. It's on 11 o'clock here almost. And I just want to bring your attention also to, as I'm continuing from the last few weeks, about Joseph Ciampi, his case versus City of Palo Alto. The forensic lab that he used, I ended up using against the Palo Alto Police Department. He had in his case also 100% tampered with evidence, videotapes, and destroyed in his case. That was in 2009, CV 02655 for his case, just for reference. So when I gave this letter to Mayor Burt regarding the destruction of my videotapes by the police department, it was in the protection of Dennis Burns, and he was already named in my federal lawsuit for tampering with evidence. So he kind of had to get rid of the evidence showing that the DA actually edited the videotape. Now, this is a very serious issue, and I would really like your attention fully, even including the city attorney over here. And unfortunately, in the next few meetings I'm going to be here is going to point out the involvement of the city attorney's office. And what the FBI told me when I went to Oakland, apparently they knew I had an appointment set at Oakland to get away from the Bay Area corruption. So Jeff Rosen, apparently, he's buddies with the guy in San Jose, FBI. He sent a guy from San Jose to collect all the information in Oakland to bring back to San Jose. Yeah, that was, I was kind of disappointed, but at least the guy told me, he was honest with me on a few things, that if he had those videotapes, they would shut down the Santa Clara County DA. That kind of explains why Dennis Burns destroyed the videotapes. 8 minutes missing, which you have the evidence in your possession regarding that. And Mayor Burt, thank you. Thank you for giving that discussion with the mayor, 30 seconds left here. But anyway, and then my case number is 15CV06117. And then the exhibit number A that I gave you regarding the Kareem Baker and the appellate opening brief. Then you go to page number 6, statement of facts. He says that Dan Ryan activated his lights and pulled me over at 9:30 p.m. Go to page number 7. You go to Officer Joshua Salkeld, arrived at the scene at 9:43. There's 13 minutes. You know how much the videotape shows?
Your time is
4.
Our next
4 minutes. So my question to the mayor, and to not just the mayor, but the city attorney's office, Molly Stump, I want Jeff Rosen, where's the 8 minutes that you destroyed, that you deleted off my videotape with Dan Ryan assaulting me? I want those videotapes, the originals.
Your time is up. Thank you
Yes,
for your
thank you
comment.
very
Our
much.
next speaker is Aram J.
Thank you.
So today I went to Anna Eshu's office. I didn't even get close to the door. There was a lot of folks with Palestinian flags. It was a non-violent demonstration. I believe that Ms. Eshu was in Washington doing her business there, but there was loud chants for a ceasefire. Every single day, hundreds of people are being killed. Hospitals are being knocked down. The institutional structure of Palestine, in this case Gaza, is occurring. I asked you on 2 previous occasions to condemn the state of Israel for their ongoing genocide. You all were silent on that. So tonight I'm asking this august body to at least take a stand, like many cities and many groups across this country are, and ask the Biden administration to withdraw U.S. aid to Israel, future aid to Israel, and that they should also, at this very moment, ask for a ceasefire so that deaths can stop, the blood can stop being spilled. It's on our hands right now. I wrote about it today. You probably saw it in the paper, but we're sending $3 to $4 billion a year. You can check out the historical record, and now that's being used for a genocide on the Palestinian people. In the past, this council, not the specific 7 sitting here today, but have taken stands on issues of national importance, like the George Floyd execution by an officer. Over the years, they've taken stands on wars and a variety of national and international issues. So I'm asking you to make certain that Palo Alto's voice is heard. I believe that there is an outcall across this country, and it's not just Palestinian people. It's a wide majority of the people in this country want to see a ceasefire in Gaza now. So I'm asking you to do that. Take a resolution to do that. And if you don't do it, I mean, think about that. What does it say about our values in Palo Alto? I understand you're going to get some pushback. I understand the strength of the Zionist community in Palo Alto. I grew up here. I understand that. There's, but the point is we have to do what's right for us as a community. So let's call, I'm asking you to draft a resolution calling for immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Thank you tonight.
Our next speaker is Randy R.
Hi, good evening. I know it's really late, so I'll try and be as concise as possible. My name is Randy Rosen, and I'm the Director of Performance and Quality Improvement with Bill Wilson Center, a local nonprofit here in Santa Clara that's working to end youth and family homelessness. I'm here tonight to let the community know that November is Runaway and Homeless Youth Prevention Month. And this is a nationwide campaign spearheaded each November to increase awareness about homelessness among youth and young adults in our community and to spotlight the resources available for youth in crisis. This is especially critical in our county. Despite being a technology hub, Santa Clara County has the third highest population of homeless individuals in the entire nation, and 12% of who are under the age of 24. San Jose alone has the highest per capita youth and young adult homelessness in the nation. So the longer a person is homeless, the longer it takes and the costlier it is to help them transition into permanent housing. So lacking adequate employment and skills for independent living increases the likelihood that these homeless youth will eventually become chronically homeless adults as well. So Bill Wilson Center has been serving homeless youth and young parent families in Santa Clara County for 50 years. The homeless clients that we serve typically range from children as young as 12 who've run away from home to older youth and young adults between ages 18 and 24, some of whom may even have children of their own. Our goal is to provide an integrated system of care that will help our homeless youth, attain stable housing, either through family reunification or through economic self-sufficiency. We not only offer immediate shelter, but we offer other supportive services as well, such as mental health services, job training, financial literacy classes, substance abuse treatment, parenting classes, and more than that. Over half of homeless youth report suffering some sort of mental health trauma. So if you'd like to know more about our agency and the work we're doing in the community to end youth homelessness, please visit our website at www.billwilsoncenter.org. And if you do know of a young person who's homeless, please refer them to us. They can contact us through our Here For You call center at 408-385-2400. And the call center matches people to emergency shelters, includes transportation and assistance for them to maintain their current housing situations, and makes referrals to the community resources. So we accept clients from all over the county. And thank you very much for your time.
Our final speaker is Cedric P.
Good evening, council and staff. I read stories in the, months or so in the past about regional city councils dropping their Zoom participation due to the Zoom bombings that they were getting, and I thought that was of concern. And I read Councilwoman Lithcott-Hames' account of your own Zoom bombing episode that you had a couple of weeks ago, I guess. And I thought that your approach was good. As I understand it, I think you basically muted, or not muted, but cranked down the volume of the people that were spewing this kind of hate speech. And I thought that was a good approach. I commend the council on continuing to hold your meetings on Zoom so that people like me can participate when we can't necessarily come in person. And I hope you'll continue to do that and not fall victim to these attacks that I think are designed to reduce democracy and access to these public bodies. As I'm sure you're aware, being able to join a meeting like this via Zoom has really increased the ability of people of all various circumstances to join these meetings and participate in this democratic process of decision making. So I hope you'll continue to do this. And I don't know if the Zoom bombing threat is the reason that you moved the public comment to the end, or if you just thought you had so much of a busy agenda that you needed to move it to the end. But I hope it won't become a habit. I think it's really key to have that public comment at the beginning. And we've had other public agencies that have seemed to want to reduce public participation, and they have moved their public comment to the end of their meeting in order to make it more difficult for people to participate. So I hope that this particular case is an exception, and that most of the time you'll not resort to that as a method of avoiding these types of Zoom bombings. So thank you very much, and have a good evening.
That concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
Thank you. And with that, we're adjourned.